Hey, family, what is going
Hi.
on? What is going on? All right, listen, this is Evaluation of Love, episode one. Okay, you know what I mean, with me, Mr. Best, and my sister here, Miss Polly. Glad that she's here. You know what I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of different things. Before we do that, you know what I mean, before we do that, of course, you know, the StreamYard link is pinned in the chat. Okay, definitely come up if you like, share your views, your points, your ideas on what we're talking about. Okay, as long as you're respectful, you already know how I get down. I ain't got to kind of go through all that. Y'all know what it is. You know what I mean? Before I get into it, though, let me get my quick shout outs real quick. Salute to Mimsy Limbs. Salute, salute, salute. She says, nice. Thank you, Mimsy. I appreciate that. Also, salute to M3. M3, what's going on, man? Salute, 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 salute. But yes, okay, tonight's topic, right? We're going to be talking about, you know what I mean, basically the origins, you know what I mean, of men and women relationships. You know what I'm saying? You know, the customs, the traditions, even some of the religious guidelines and standpoints that relationships have factored in, right? Me and Miss Polly had a great conversation about this yesterday, and you know, just kind of where different things were derived from, right? And how in that it creates um a sense of norm for everybody, right? So everybody normalizes certain behaviors and certain patterns in relationships. You know what I'm saying? You know, certain ideals, certain principles, right? And it doesn't mean that these people are wrong or right, right? This is not really a this is not really where you kind of factor in if somebody's doing something right or wrong, right? It's more or less of if they are if they are true to the customs that they follow, right? So, for instance, in some cultures, they believe that the men should vet the women. I mean, no, no, no. I'm sorry. The the men need to vet the men for the women. There you go, right? And you know what I mean. And in that custom, they're not used to the social normalization of Western culture where we actually do the whole speed dating, or we do the whole hookup culture, or just trying to pick someone based on your religion or your church or whatever. No, they do the vetting process themselves, and in that way, they feel like they are doing a more safe route of them building and having a more secure community of relationships. Right? They feel like it's more secure, it's more detailed, and it's kind of more structured. So that's what they feel, right? You know what I mean? But even in that culture, there's a lot of problems. All right. As you see, a lot of women are starting to uprise. They're complaining. You know what I mean? They're fighting. They're like, nah, we don't want no more of this. Like y'all not gonna control us. So yeah, we see there's irregularities. I'm sorry, y'all. In every single form of relationship, even down to it being in monogamy, right? There's irregularities there. So if we know this and we see this, I don't think anybody should just say, "Oh, I have the answer." I don't have the answer, right? I don't know
Right.
everything about relationships, and I'm not gonna pretend to have the answer. So, Miss Polly, I'm gonna let you build. You know what I'm saying, and let you give your expertise. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Salute to everybody that's in the building. Salute to y'all. Much love.
Yes, yes. So yeah, you guys don't know I am Miss Polly. I go by Miss Polly Polly Wright. Um, for the most part, I talk about just building good relationships in general. Obviously, my lifestyle is more poly, but since I have been in both, lifestyles of monogamy and poly, and I've been able to really, work on understanding the connection between people and their environments, people and their, actually why people do what they do. So it's really important to apply those things to your daily life so you can maybe can apply it to your relationships and have better relationships. So overall. Um, and so when it comes to, like we said, we want to start with just understanding what relationships are in general. You really want to understand why, for one part, is like, why do people want to pair? Why do people not only want to date each other but to get married? So, what is the concept? Why are we doing these things? Because if we, at this point, like you said, as we've gone further into the future, a lot of people don't want to get married because they don't see a purpose in it. A lot of that marriage was associated with religion, A lot of that was associated with keeping wealth within a family. So when you take all those things away, we no longer deem those things important any longer. Then what do we do with these so-called relationships, and what should they look like? And I think that's what a lot of people are doing right now, is trying to figure out what happens when the things that we used to deem important or connect us to each other no longer exist. Like you said, when it comes to back in the day, most times people were getting married, it was not because of love in any shape, way, or form. Women were seen as commodities. They are property. It's just what it was. And you were married, you were vetted by your father, who's going to vet who he wanted you to be with. Depending on the religion, but he's either going to vet you or he's going to choose your husband for you based on the marriage itself, which was usually a transaction. So however the other person's family could benefit you, or your husband could benefit you, or how you could benefit your husband, that is what they would deem. No matter what culture you're in. I'll even give another example real quick. Is even in Asian culture, you see a woman, and a lot of times they would, depend on what Asian culture, but a lot of times they would look at the women as, oh, they're small, they have this, or they knew how to sing, they had talent. They actually had to learn to be a wife, and then someone would choose you based on the qualities that you brought forth, because then your husband could use those talents, or he would like those talents. So you would then deemed valuable to whoever wanted to then have that transaction with whoever you were marrying. So it was always transactional. And then as we kept going forward, it changed over time. So now we don't have that. You don't have people, all of us don't own land. Most common people don't have anything that is going to be like a dynasty being, given down. So at that point, what are we actually getting married for? So I think that's what's happening. There's no one's like, well, why are we getting? What do we need each other for? And these questions are coming up, and it's starting to make people actually think, and wonder if it's marriage is actually for them. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. And I like how you said that, whether these things are for the people or not for them, right? I love how you ended it there, because that's always going to be the question. Salute to Marcus. See you in the building. All right. You know what I mean? And as always, like I said, I want all perspectives to share, come up. You know what I mean? Interact in the comments. Even if you feel like even though I don't like this, but even if you feel like it's the women's fault or it's the men's fault, you know what I mean? You have some credible evidence of why you really feel that way, even though I'm going to tell you it's not. And Miss Polly probably tell you the same thing, right? Because in relationships, as I always say, it takes two, right? I mean, I think that's just a common thing. So the big rich slaps as well, right? So my thing is this. Okay, now let me ask you this, Miss Polly, right? Do you feel like in that system, right, even though it was more control, do you feel like it was a lot more safer, right? Maybe it was more safer for children. Maybe it was more safer for the women, right?
Oh.
Maybe it was men and them kind of feeling like they were going to pick women that were actually, right?
Can I use the word stable? Can I use the word stable, controlled? Those words.
I'm here. I'm listening. I don't know if you can hear me.
I'm just trying to make sure we have the same words, because words make a difference sometimes in these conversations. So I will say, in those times, for what it was needed, I think we have to really apply what people were doing then. It was really about making sure that your name, especially men, your name moved on, and that you were a valuable family. They also moved in clumps of family, association with your family, your even like you can go into Ireland, they have associations with names. Your last name, even if you're cousins and things like that, your name is connected to dynasties, land, property. So if you're asking me, like, do you feel comfortable with women? They weren't seen as people. I know that sounds, but they weren't seen as people. We were seen as an item that was of value. And your value was with your beauty. Let's just be honest. Your beauty and your talents. So when I mean by talents is, your talent could have been being able to be domestic, keeping things in order when your husband was not around, if he was at war, if he wasn't home. You had a purpose. Um, not just being beautiful because you wanted to also be there and desired by your husband, but you wanted to also give him strong children. So those are things that they're thinking about. They weren't thinking about, oh, am I going to be able to provide her with the car? It's different times. So in different times, you have different needs. So in those times, it makes sense where women weren't seen as people. We were seen as items, valuable, very valuable items. Don't get me wrong. You're saying a very valuable woman. I can say you can kind of switch from culture to culture. I'm trying to kind of give a roundabout, because in Asian cultures, also your woman or your wife, even if you had more than one wife, most Asian cultures had more than one wife if there was a king, especially, like the value of that woman, like it mattered if she had skills, because she also ran certain things. So it's like you had to have some education to some degree. You weren't just someone just sitting there looking cute all the time. You had to have some authority, be able to not only have children, but do other things. So it's like you were valuable. I think that we don't realize that in those kind of cultures also, those women were taught to be wives. They were taught to be wives. You were grown up to be a wife or a potential wife. So you were taught skills, even in Africa. We'll give it to Africa, throw it over there. There are women who only around women from the age of growing up. They're only around women. They're shown how to do all the domestic things, and they're also shown private things like there's dances that are done for your husband. I don't know if you guys knew that. Twerking. We say twerking came from Africa. We didn't know that it did. Those dances were actually made for your husband. Women in the tribe would teach you that, so when your husband was with you, you could turn him on. Those are private things that you were shown, so then that you can provide enjoyment for your husband. It wasn't something that you're supposed to do every time you see a man in your presence. It was supposed to be for your husband. Special things that are done for you and your partner to keep that spark and all those things like that. So those special times, you were supposed to twerk. All girls are supposed to twerk. I believe they're supposed to twerk all over the place, but in front of women. They're not supposed to twerk in front of men. So you can practice all those beautiful things, those sensual dances, even women do belly dances, all that. Those things aren't supposed to be seen by multiple men. It's a special dance to show your man. Because that's his privilege from being with you and choosing you. So he can see that. That's valuable. That's what made it special. That's why as a woman, we only seen, we just look pretty. It was more than just looking pretty. So when you ask me, was it safer? It was safer in the idea that you were seen as property, you had a job to do, and even if it was laying down and giving this man children, that's what it was for. As we progressed, and this is just shown in you guys can look it up, as women got more educated and they became more equivalent to men in particular aspects, then the dynamic with men is different. And now men no longer, even at this point where we are, when we're coming equal, men never had to really, I know it sounds bad, they learned how to be men and hunt and gather and provide and be all those things, but they never were given any additional training to be like a husband per se, because all you had to do is do that providing, right? Women, all they had to do is a certain job too, but when we transition to now, and we're now coming more equivalent, now we're doing with the men's purpose, women are doing that. Now men have to think, well, what other reason am I here? And I think that's just throwing everyone off. Like, okay, so if she can do what I do, what else am I supposed to bring to the table? And there is reason. There's something you can bring to the table that's other than that. But I think it's got a lot of men in confusion of, well, what's my position if she's taking all the stuff I'm supposed to do that I was taught to do? Now, what am I supposed to do?
Wow. Wow. Miss Polly cooking right now. She is cooking. M3, man, it's on you, bro. I got a question. I'm gonna let my brother M3 go first. Then I'm gonna get to my question.
Cool, cool. Salute, Mr. Best and Miss Polly. Now I'm gonna go off on a
Salute,
little
salute.
tangent a little bit. Okay. Um, Only because it's kind of close to my nap time. So here's the thing. You know, the problem is like when it comes to like when you're trying to evaluate love and you're trying to find what went wrong as far as loving, the spouse, loving the person that you're with, doing things that was supposed to be sacred, and now it lost its value because the public does anything where the wife would normally do behind closed doors. So the point is, right? A lot of sacredcy has been broken, and this is what I'm kind of getting from the conversation. Um, you know, Unfortunately, like we have these talks where we question other women. What do they bring to the table? What do they add into the conversation? Only because, like, at one point, a man will get that from a person, without social media and all that. A man will get those things and it will be meaningful. Just like when a man gives a woman a compliment, before it started to become, more accessible. A compliment to a woman used to mean the world to her. Because not a lot of guys, believe it or not a lot of guys still do approach women like that. You'll have some, but those are men that just like don't really give a damn, you know. But the good men out there, it takes a lot for a man to build his confidence enough to even approach a woman and strike a conversation. Hey, Miss Sister I am, you know. So when that man gives that woman a compliment on her beauty, give a compliment on her intellect, she's really taking it into heart because that's something that's sacred to her, you know. But because like you could now like get compliments from anybody and anywhere, especially cyberly through social media, a guy that gives you a compliment, in person is meaningless. Like how many times have guys like us will, give like a subtle compliment to someone that doesn't even belong to us. We'll say, hey, like, you look beautiful, or, your hair looks nice, or something like that. And we get no response. We don't even get a single thank you. It's just more like, okay, whatever. So things like that used to work, to show some type of sincerity is pretty much nullified to something as, okay, a common thing. The more common like words have become and actions have become, um, the less sincere it becomes. The less it's becoming, no, the less that, people take things seriously. And
Or
so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I, I was gonna say, I think like Mr. Carter said, just like not sincere, but like if you do something like even when you eat food, you eat really bad foods, you don't really you're like, oh, it's good, and then one day like if you just stop eating bad food, and then one day you like just eat a cheesecake or something, you're like, oh my god, this is like amazing. It loses its effect.
Yeah, yeah, something
That's
like that. Yeah, something like that. What you said, right? So, let's say we take food for instance, right? If we're used to something, or let's see, if we're used to like, okay, let's say back then as young folks, right? You know, we used to eat McDonald's, we used to eat Burger King, Wendy's, we used to eat all kinds of processed stuff. and we never complained about it. We never talked about how nasty it was. And yeah, and granted, we wasn't educated. We were young back then, right? But let's say like now you are in an environment and your financial bracket has went up and now you're eating good, clean food. You're going to food like you're going to Sprouts, you're going to Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, whatever the case is. You are now ingesting, quality food. So food, and then so food like McDonald's and the fast food areas, right? You're going to probably tend to shame that a little bit, or shame others that still eat that. Again, everything loses its value depending on your situation and over time and how excessive, it has become. Well, like I said, point being is that, when we lose value on things that used to be sacred and now it's just out there. I mean, look, prostitutes, can give us an emotional connection. You know, um, shit, AI girls, sex dolls, whatever you want to call it. You know, as technology advances or whatever, you know, people will start getting more numb. Like there's multiple outlets that men could turn to that could get their needs met. They don't always have to just get it from one specific person, unfortunately. And that's the reality of it. Again, excuse me for my tangent, but yeah, I will digress.
You, Mr. Beth, you had a question?
Yes, I did. So my question is this. You know what I mean? Thank you for sharing your perspective in three. My question is
Yeah.
this.
No
And salute
problem.
to I am the single one. I'm glad that you checked in, family. Much love, much love. You know what I mean? So this is my question. You know what I mean? Okay, now the whole romance phenomenon, right? Do
Hmm.
you think that came from because that's something that's actually something new, right? Is that because when you mention all these things that they were doing, right? To basically the woman was viewed as an object. She was viewed as this. She was viewed as that. Right? There's no. It don't seem like there was no romance that was even thought of or even kind of brought about. Right? Unless I read a book like Song of Songs, which is in the Bible. You know what I mean? Songs of Solomon, as well as it's also referred to. You kind of see that, right? You kind of see where romance is mentioned or things of that nature is mentioned, right? Where the man is actually, he's actually, um, glorifying the beauty of his woman, and he is enamored by her, right? But a lot of times too, like you said back in the days, that really wasn't a thing, right? The woman was like, okay, this is a woman, you know what I mean? Yes, she may be attractive, but you know what I mean? It was more where you like you said, it was a what do you say? It was a transaction, right?
Transaction. Yeah, it
So
was a transaction.
so where do you think to the whole romance thing, is that a Western culture phenomenon? That's my question.
I don't think it's a Western phenomenon. There are stories and, um, I'll tell you, it is for entertainment purposes. The story of how you found someone, anytime you hear about these stories, they are stories, but they're not, I mean, not fake. But you're not going to hear these amazing, like Braveheart stories where he was in love with this woman and they raped his wife. Like those are stories you hear about why men have lost it and usually because of a woman. But in real history, real, information that was given, you know, the only time you really saw someone quote unquote say these like love stories were always involved with lust, and they never did well. I don't remember. Hopefully, I had the right one. But King Henry, he was just killing wives so that he could fulfill his lust. Because you're not allowed to just marry and keep having sex with other people. He was dividing the church and state. That's where we got that division from. Because he just was out of pocket. So there isn't anything other than it being associated with entertainment or Romance is usually associated. If you hear like those romance books, where you have like a woman getting all riled up, you hear the little books they used to have in the '90s, where like those love novels. You guys know what I'm talking about love novels. They're always like a story that's given or told about how this person swept you off your feet, and it's really romanticized for women to have this fantasy that they could never actually have in real life. I mean, think about what I'm saying. In real life, they weren't allowed to marry just whoever they wanted. So people used to write stories about how they would meet someone and they would love them so wildly and it'd be so amazing. There'd be a fairy tale. These weren't things that were actually happening. And so the idea of people actually trying to find someone like that is actually because someone's romancing their mind, giving them an idea of this perfect person is going to come out of anywhere and sweep you off your feet, and they're going to have all the things you need. They're going to fulfill you in every way. That is a fairy tale. Tell me when you've actually heard that and it's not been a fairy tale. I'm not saying that it never happens in real life. What I'm saying is, for the most part, when you hear about these stories about people falling in love and that's not a common thing. You hear people say, we've been married a long time.
Don't say that, Miss Polly, because now people are gonna say you're shooting down in dreams, and that you're not basically believing in love. And how can you say that?
I didn't say I didn't believe in love. I said you said, where did the romance story come from? Where there's a person who's going to meet everything you need. Because when you see the Princess Cinderella and them, he wasn't an asshole sometimes. He was fulfilling everything. The money, the bedroom, he was romantic. He fulfilled everything that she desired.
Oh, I need to go next on this.
Okay, but Miss Polly, right? Okay. Now listen, I have said this. I have said that maybe the way that I view things, and we've had this conversation, maybe the way I view things, maybe based on delusion, right? Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I'm chasing something that I can never catch, right? The dog chasing his tail, right? You know what I'm saying? Maybe we all have that in an instance, right? Maybe you're chasing something that you can never catch, right? You know what I'm saying? But within logic, we still believe that these things can happen. You know what I'm saying?
Or you believe, or you have hope.
Yes, we believe. Like
you
I
hope,
believe,
and that's fine.
Outside. Yeah, I believe when I go outside, I'll come back in the house, right? Unharmed and unscathed. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I believe it will.
Right. So, but the stories were not the stories that someone's going to be the perfect match. So we all say people aren't perfect, and even people who've been together for a long time. Like that's what I was saying. They've been together for a long time. I'm not saying there's no love. What I'm saying is the idea that person is perfect is a delusion. They're perfectly imperfect. So the stories that you hear described, they're never like that. They're like the person, is never. You never hear the story about a woman marrying the poor man and running off into happiness. She's always marrying a prince, a frog that was a prince, or you never hear a story where she met this guy at the baker and then they got together and they fell in love. Romeo and Juliet, they were rich people. They're for financially meeting needs. They're emotionally meeting needs. They're meeting all the checklist. They're both attractive. Not one's ugly, one's not as attractive. It's meeting all the needs. So it's actually a story, fantasy, because those things weren't real.
I want to tell you this though. It's where the delusion comes in is the expectation of how the opening will begin and how everything will close out. And so the thing is, you get that from watching all these Disney fairy tale movies where, it's okay to be a dork, a geek or whatever, and these people will accept you. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. I don't want you guys to get this mixed up what I'm going to say, okay? I want everybody to be themselves, their authentic selves. But if you're going to be yourself, make sure you be your best self. By all means, it's a difference. Because you could be yourself, but if you're lazy, if you don't take care of your aesthetics, You have bad breath. The only women that will chase after you, or the only men that will chase after you, is the one in the movies, okay? In the Disney Tale movies, okay? You've seen a lot of people who are very mediocre, but because they have this extravagant personality, then all of a sudden, or they're just overly persistent. I'm telling you, this is where we get the over persistent attitude from, because we've been watching so many of these Disney shows. Look, I ain't not gonna on Disney or whatever, but that's what it is. Or these Tyler Perry shows, to include as well too, where um, the black man falls on his feet, but then he keeps pursuing after this person, and he pursues, gets rejected, but because he kept pursuing, his reward was to finally get the woman of his dreams, and he lived happy ever after. Although people fail to see the inside part, was that the only reason that woman accepted him because the man that she really wanted was an asshole. He was a jerk. So she had no choice but to settle. The same thing that goes around with the woman and the guy or whatever, right? Um, and like I'm not knocking on the big girls or whatever, right? But I remember um in one of Tyler Perry movies with Jill Scott. Okay. Um,
Why not to
you
get
know,
married or something like that? Or why
she
not
she
get
wanted
married?
to get, yeah, like this dude was like a
Why gotta get
like a
married?
why I gave married, yeah. So this dude, he was like a jerk to her. Um, she was overweight, still is or whatever. And long story short, because of her personality, she found a guy who was nice and fit and accepted her for who she was. I'm not saying you're gonna have these guys that's not like that, but the hope and the delusion that creates is that you don't have to work hard on yourself to be your best self. And I'm saying it's for anyone, for men and women. And that narrative is definitely false. You know, Look, even though I'm married, but every day, you know, I try to make sure that I look the best I can at most times in my aesthetics. You know, I'll try to work out, do whatever I can, eat clean, however I can. Of course, sometimes I'm gonna have a little bit of dessert, you know what I mean? But other than that, I try to make sure that I'm at least like at a decent shape. You know what I mean? If I can't get down to the ideal weight that I should be. And I'm not doing it for people, but I'm doing this for myself because that
Right.
helps build a confidence within my own realms. It helps me to be more friendly and approachable when I'm taking care of my hygiene and my looks and all that stuff. Believe it or not. And making sure that, I'm educating myself to the best of my knowledge. But if you don't do those things, you're gonna be like the rest of them that keep complaining about the opposite gender to why you can't get this woman or why you can't get this man. Salutes to Ruby. I see you in the building.
Yeah, I
Anyways,
mean, I agree. Like you said, it's a delusion. The
All right,
story, the
let me say
story.
something real
Go
quick.
ahead.
Let me say something real quick. I just want to get to the comments real quick. And I just want to make a quick statement. So I am the single one says women go into dating spaces with these false expectations that's messing them up for real, for real. Ruby said, "What's up, fam? What's up, Ruby dog?" You know what I mean? Says much love to the panel, much love to you too, family.
much love, much love.
Let me say this, right? Mm. I think. Okay, I understand where both of you are coming from. So first, I'm address Miss Polly's point. So Miss Polly, I think that. Cause matter of fact, I'm gonna address your point last because you said something that was very detailed that I want to definitely elaborate on. So I'm gonna go to M3's point first. I think that I think that people, right, when they are basically seeking love, right, or they're seeking different things because most people are just average, right? Most of us are average. We're not supermodels, we're not athletes, right? Those people are different, okay? You know what I mean? I'm not 6'8" and I can't dunk a basketball, okay? Like that's never gonna happen, right? You know what I mean? I'm 5'11", which is a little bit above average height, right? Because normal men's height is like 5'9", so I'm a little bit above average, right? But most people are just basic; they're average, right? That's most of us. So, with most basic, people, it's not far fetched for a woman who is a little bit overweight to find a man who's actually fit because, like, that's, like I said, most people are just in that normal realm. And the man she found too was a police officer. He wasn't really like, no, like real, like, you know what I mean? Like athletic cat, like, know what I mean? It wasn't like I was looking at him like, oh damn, this dude is like mad tall. He like 6'9". Know what I mean? He can have any woman he wants. He wasn't like a Tristan Thompson type. Not she's a Tristan Thompson, but he wasn't that type of cat. He was just a regular guy. You know what I mean? Who just, so happened to be a police officer, correct? So I think in that instance, people who are a little bit overweight or maybe a little too skinny or whatever else, you know what I mean, they're gonna find somebody because most people are basic. Now, to Ms. Polly's point, right? This is my only thing, right? In that case, right, from what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're saying this theoretically, right? But from what you're saying, right, that means that most people, right, are really not, I mean, some people, and I'm not saying, let me not say most, right? Let me not put myself in that box. Some people, right, or maybe a good amount of us are not even with the right person, right? Because we have came up with all these standards and all these things that we're looking for, right? And now, you know what I'm saying? Based on that, we got with somebody, right? Based on these standards and these things that we view as far as love and everything else, right? We got with this person, you know what I mean? And now we start slowly but little by little getting more and more disappointed, right? Because we realize this person is not perfect. We realize that they're human, right? So now they're humanists, you know what I'm saying? And in their failures or failures or whatever the term is. I know what term I'm trying to use. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. But in their inaccuracies, right? Or them not being perfect the way we think they should be perfect, we start to tear them down. We start to say, they ain't everything I was wanting. Oh, I thought she's going to be this way. Oh, I thought he's going to be that way. He changed on me, right? He done changed on me. She done changed on me. No, they never changed on you. You know what I mean? They were always them. But you have this delusional concept based on a few things that they did for you that made you feel love, that they are that man or they are that woman. So, you know what I mean? So that's what I wanted to say to y'all to the point that you were making, Ms. Polly. But I'm going to let y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, I just want to say the expectation. So it got to go deeper for at first. People meet each other with the expectations that this person's supposed to fulfill them in every way, in every single way possible. And then when they find out that that's not the fact, that's where disappointment comes in. And then they try to say, oh, well, this is not the person for me. And I do think that has a lot to do with people who really don't recognize that you can still find value in people if they're not your everything. And right now, I feel like they're all competing to be someone's everything. And if you're not my everything, then I don't want you at all. And that's where the work comes in, because you can find people that you'd want to be with, but they may not have exactly every quality. I'm not saying settle. What I'm saying is, what I mean by not settling, there should be certain parts of you that you can live without, right? Like, all of us don't have the same needs and requirements. So if there's some things about a person that you can live without, that's not settling. That just means that you don't need those things to make it through. And you just have to know what those are. So then when you look for the right person, that you can apply that when you're dating. In this atmosphere, I think everyone wants to be someone's everything. Women have a really high standard. I'm not saying all their standards are out of line, but their standards are really high because they're living in the fantasy of that they're going to find a man. There is a man out there that's going to meet all these qualities. And that's just not the case. Not every man's 6 foot. Not every man, is running around with a horse, if that's what you're into. Not every man is out here making these 6 figures. It is not even statistically, it's shown that's not the case. So now women are saying, well, I'll just modify myself so then people can choose me. And that's where you have an issue too. Which we'll probably get into in other episodes, but where you have body modification. Now, every woman alive, most of these really popular women, they look almost exactly like. You ever noticed that? They look very aesthetically, very, very similar. Like they had bad
Yep.
botched jobs.
Yep.
Their eyes look the same. Their face looks the same. Like then you hear them saying Beyonce, Kim Kardashian. All of them are starting to kind of look very similar, darker. But like when you're seeing Beyonce dancing next to Shakira, and they looking alike, that should have been the first sign that okay, what are we doing? Why are we starting to all basically look? All the women look basically alike. There's not really much anything different. They all have big chest. Their lips are big, and now you can just modify yourself. There's no surprise or anything special that comes with it. They modify themselves. It's really kind of sad to see. Some of them are self-hating, but some of them also just want to be chosen because there's not a lot of princes out here. So well, then you got what you gotta do, and you're not just competing with. Unfortunately, women are no longer just competing with women in their age bracket. Used to be like the women who are in their 20s, kind of fighting for the they're in their quote unquote prime or whatever. They're trying to fight for the best there is out there, and then that time is over. Then you're just you're kind of talking to the other gentlemen. Now you're battling with transgender people. You're battling with women who are modifying themselves or different ages. Like I can go on a club right now and I am basically, even though I don't want to, I can compete with a 20-year-old. And I mean that because I haven't done any modifications, but they'll literally think they're competing with me. Like I'm not even looking at those children. I'm calling them children. Okay. I'm not looking at a 20-year-old man like that. But in their mind, if I'm out there and there's some women who are going out there trying to find a young man. Why am I competing? Why are we out here competing like that? We're competing with a giant amount of people. And if you don't think you're competing, even if you're not dating, you're in there. You are literally, everyone looks at you as a threat. I used to be able to go to a club, maybe just sit down and chill. But now it's like some of these girls start looking at you like, oh, she thinks she all that. Honey, I'm just trying to sip on something and enjoy a music, that's going on or something. But it's not that anymore. Women are competing with their daughters. Like, what are we doing? This is just stuff that's happening. It's ridiculous. I mean, you see this stuff that sounds ridiculous, but it happens. They're competing with their children. They're competing with everybody, especially if you're the modern woman now. If you're dating out here, you're competing with everyone. And it's hard because you're not supposed to be competing with everybody.
Hold on. Okay. So twofold, right? Two questions, right? Because I'm glad you said that. My first question is this, right? And then three, you can chime in at any moment, right? My first question is this, right? So basically, are people selfish, right? For not picking, you know what I'm saying? For not picking somebody who doesn't meet all their bells and whistles, right? Are we being selfish when we do that, right? Let's say the person is a perfectly good person. They're doing certain things you're asking them to do, right? They're not upsetting you, right? They're not bringing any harm or anything to you. Matter of fact, they may be adding value to you, right? But you don't want to be with them, right? Are you now selfish because you don't want to be with that person? Can you just say, I don't want to be with that person and not be selfish?
All right, I'll answer that part.
Go ahead.
Yes, but at the same time, it's not wrong that you do it. Because the thing is, you're doing that other person a favor by not choosing them. Because if that person could give you the world, but then yet because that person lacking in other aspects and you're not really feeling that person, there's no need for you to try to force yourself to be in that relationship. The thing is, there's always going to be a lot of good people out there. A lot of people that have probably like the great or the best personality that you could ever find. But if you're not attracted to that person, you're not going to give your 100% all to him or her. So, to me, yeah, it's a selfish way of thinking, but is beneficial.
Yeah. I'll say I don't think it's selfish. I do think you have to also evaluate yourself because if you're always looking for the next best thing, you'll always be looking. And that's probably what's happening right now. They're always looking because they're never going to absolutely know without a doubt that someone is meeting the max needs that they need and that they're the right person. You'll never know that. So every time someone walks by, it's a possibility that they could be a better person. So you're always in a state of moving on, always, constantly. You can't just accept that the person you're with is just a wonderful person and you enjoy them. I think I will add this because I'm poly, but I will add this. I think monogamy makes that very hard for people to accept people for who they are and what they can offer because they're always thinking they made the wrong choice and you're doubting yourself. You're doubting you had found the right person. You're doubting if this is correct. And if you can't even trust yourself, how can you trust someone else? You made a decision and you can't even trust it. So when you're poly, though, I think a lot of that.
Isn't that the American way on this poly? Isn't that the American way for us to always want something new? Always want something better?
I think they're always looking for something new. But that's the problem in itself. If you're in a monogamous relationship, why can't you see the value in people? Right there, you're deciding that people are dispensable, which most Americans do. You think that, and that's including myself. I'm not saying I'm not American, I love America, but I try not to have that mindset because I see the I'm gonna say it's disturbing to watch how we devalue each other, and then try to lift ourselves up like we're special. So if you're telling someone, "Oh, you're good for right now," and the next time you see somebody else moving, "Oh, but I want that." Like, good Lord, like you said, it's like, what was wrong with this person? Oh, nothing. But there's always going to be a better person. There's always going to be someone better than you. There's always going to be someone who can do something you can't do. There's always going to be someone who makes more money than you. You're never going to find that. You're never going to be the top of the top. And if people think that's settling, that's not settling. They're just coming to realization that you need to enjoy the person you're with and pour into them. Why are we so stuck on just trying to get the next best thing to that extent, especially monogamy? Now,
because maybe it's the red flag analogy, right? Because I've heard this before. Mm-hmm. I've seen a red flag, right? I've seen a red flag. The red flag was there, right? So it's like, is it to the point now that we're just always just looking for something wrong, right? We're looking for the other shoe to drop, right? Because we've been disappointed or we've been hurt. So instead of really dealing with that hurt, now we're always looking for the red flag, right? Well, I knew she wasn't such and such. Oh, I knew he wasn't such and such, right? But yeah, it's really your insecurity and your fear of being hurt, right? Maybe that's really the basis of them doing that. Maybe I'm just throwing that theory out there.
Yeah, I'm like the red flag. I'm trying to think about that. So yeah, I think people like Steve things. They're like, oh, I don't like that. That doesn't match with me. I would say, yeah, it might be a red flag or just something that you noticed. But those things, why are you? First off, no, most people see red flags and they just ignore the hell out of them because they want to be with that person. Most people aren't stupid and delirious. You knew that man was a cheater when you met him. You were not confused, okay? And if you didn't know, you saw signs. And that's not something that happens 5 years in. You saw signs. I even tell people, like, I know certain things about people when I see them. I know they may have some bad qualities, but it's okay because it's not a deal breaker. Those are red flags, but it's not like that means it's going to ruin my relationship. Okay, those aren't things that I'm not going to talk to you or something. If you make that decision, I'm just saying, if you see something in someone, you're like, they don't eat the best. They eat out all the time. That may be that cost me a lot of money. I want to eat healthier. Should I not date them because they eat bad food? You see what I'm saying? Like that might be.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yes, right? Shouldn't it be where you're not gravitating to someone? All right, them three definitely, man. Thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you came through. You know what I mean? Should you ultimately, choose somebody that's going to benefit your lifestyle? If they're bringing in unhealthy food and you're trying to be healthy, they're a detriment to what you're trying to do. Correct?
Are they, or that you having lack of self-control?
Nah, Miss Polly, I don't I don't want somebody around me who is going to be a conflict of me trying to progress. Right?
Well, right, yeah, there's a difference between trying and progress, but that's why I said choose. You need to make a list. People really suck at this. You need to. Do you value your
A
health at that
list?
point?
Wow.
Because if you're saying right now that you want to be with someone who eats healthy, who's in a healthy lifestyle, okay, find that person. But if you're saying, oh, I don't want somebody who eats bad, but every Tuesday you're doing Taco Tuesday and you eating all this food here and there, and you're eating bad anyway here and there, that would kind of not make sense. Why don't you both just work together and make your better food choices and talk about going to the gym together? Those are things you can do as a couple. There doesn't have to be an extreme, oh, that's a red flag, unless you're in that lifestyle. That's why I said you have to have a value system on what are the main things in your life that you value, and you want someone to contribute to that value, right? You have to find out what those are in yourself and then talk about them. There are certain things, like I said, I want to be very healthy, right? And I'm trying to move that way in my life. If I met someone and they don't eat like me, it's not a deal breaker, because at the end of the day, yeah, they might eat bad, but hey, it's not that bad. It's not a deal breaker for me. But to someone else who's in the fitness industry, that's all they do, that may not be a good correlation for them. I'm not in the fitness industry. I'm not even sitting here with eating food sometimes and messing up. So I'm right there kind of in the middle. I'm not doing that as a lifelong thing. I might want to be healthy and hopefully have a goal to do that. But it's not like it's a deal breaker. That's the problem. What's your deal breakers? Not what bothers you today.
No, okay, okay. I understand. You're theoretically saying people should be more patient and more tolerable. I do get that, right? And in maybe some instances they should be, right? You know what I mean? But the thing is that if I already see that our lifestyles don't mesh, why would I waste my time? Right?
Yeah,
Because ultimately that's what I'm doing. I'm wasting
but these
time.
people aren't doing that. Now, Mr. Best, these women are not doing that, because you wouldn't even
Wow, you said
have
the women.
you wouldn't
Wow.
be dating someone for 6 months and see that. You would have saw that already. And if you didn't, you're not
Mm,
vetting right. That's a personal
mm,
choice. You're not vetting right, or you're blinded by you wanting that person so badly just because
mm-hmm.
you want them. Because you know how to vet someone, even if you're in your 20s. You know what it looks like. You know that thug man is not trying to be laid up and married in 5 years. You're not confused. You're
Mm.
in delusion. And stop the delusion and then crying about it later when you made a choice to say, oh, but I'll change him. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Mm.
No, sir. You can't change her. If she's club hopping and she doesn't care, she's worried about her job and all, she's not trying to be a wife. Don't be delusional and say, "Oh, I'll show her. I'll make more money." And then she don't. And half the time, if that's the case. She's only going to change because at some point she's like, "Oh, maybe I should settle now." But now you're just a choice she made because she wanted to settle.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? Like you got to think deeper than that. All you guys see is surface. Most people, not everybody, but most people just see surface. It's what they want aesthetically, what they're attracted to, and then they see what someone can offer them, but they don't think about anything else. They don't think about what I can offer them, what I could give them, how they can contribute to me. They only think about one part of it, and then
So,
they just try
so
to be in
you're
a
saying
relationship.
this is mostly something that women do. You feel?
I think it's both. I think
Okay.
it's both. But men make decisions quicker. A man will see a woman and say, "That's my wife," or "That's someone I'm going to smash." Very easy. He's not going to think about it too much. And especially after like a man puts in like a month or two, oh, he absolutely knows. He knows. He's not confused. And then he might even put you in the category, oh, I want to see if this works out. This is my wife. After a month or two, that man knows if you're going to be his wife or you're going to be somebody he just smashes until he finds a wife.
Mm.
Man, you as a man, you tell me that's not right. When you saw this person, how they move and how they act, men see you in the moment you're in. They don't see you in the moment you could be. I've only met a couple men
Mm-mm.
who've thought about how you would contribute to me as a man. And those are usually older men because they're in the
Hold on.
mindset of that.
I don't know about that. I'm the single one. I don't know about that.
What she said.
She said we don't evaluate. No, we do evaluate y'all. We do.
Yeah, they want to smash both
I
of
am.
us.
But hold on. But that takes a level of maturity in a man. Okay. If you're dealing with a man who's younger, he may not evaluate you completely. He's probably gonna go off for desire because he's younger, right? If you're dealing with a man who's more in his 30s, I would say from 35 to about 55 or 35 to 50, he's gonna probably evaluate you because now he's matured. So now he has an
Mm-hmm.
understanding. Any man below 35, he's not evaluating anything. Okay, he is trying to get up in there. Know what I mean? And he's not really thinking about what's gonna happen after that. He's just thinking about let me get to the quickest, joint. Let me do what I gotta do, and let me get up out of here as fast as I can before you notice it or I do. You know what I'm saying? Before you get too close, let me do what I gotta do and let me get up out of here. So that's what a man below 35 is thinking. So it's a maturity thing. I think also it's a maturity thing in women. You know what I mean? There's some women who may have more of a gold digger mentality where they're like, I'm just trying to get what I can get when they're younger, right? As they more mature, now they may want to have something of more credibility and something of more substance because now they actually want a relationship that they can honor, respect, and cherish. You know what I mean? So I think both men and women start to gravitate towards love a lot more differently the older they get. Now, some people don't ever change or don't ever age. Salute to my man 100 Watch. What's going on? What's going on? What's good, bro? Haven't seen you in a minute, but man, much love to you, brother. You already know. No, I mean, but some people don't change, right? Some people, no matter how old they get, they always gonna be that player, right? I know plenty of my families like that. I know no matter how old that woman gets, she's still gonna be grabbing that bottle of Hennessy. You know what I mean? She's still
Lord
gonna try to be
save
the it girl. You know what I mean? She could be in her 50s, she still want to be the it girl. But that's some people. But most people, the more they mature, you know what I mean? They start to actually factor in certain things. You know what I mean? But yes, it doesn't have to. No, age is not always a factor, Ruby Doll, but it can be a factor, right? And at most times, the more older you get, the more your perception is going to change and vary. You know what I mean? You know what I'm
and
saying?
I
For the most part, not. But like I said, it's not true for everybody.
yes,
Some people just
I
want to
think.
stay complacent or stay where they're at, and maybe that's good for them. But yeah,
Well, we
go
have
ahead,
these
Miss Lolly.
conversations. I was gonna say we have these conversations, and always there's a but. We have to, and I do it too. We have to remember that we're talking about the masses, right? So in masses, most women aren't all of a sudden. Most women want to get married a little bit younger because we have that fantasy instilled in us. Most of us, maybe not the modern one, but the idea of getting married and having a family and all those things, those were given to us very young. That's changing now. But that's the idea. And then men, as they mature, they want to have fun, and then they get more serious. And I think that is something that takes place. And then girls want to be more serious, and then they want to have more fun later. If you see the switch, you can see we bypass each other over and over again. Sex drive everything. We
Wow,
bypass each other.
wow, okay.
So when women have their sex drive going up, it's probably when they hit, I think it says at 40, but it might be, it goes up. It goes higher. Men are coming down. And that sign is coming down. So I think around 30 is where they kind of intersect, where it's kind of like you find someone who's really close to you. I think 30 is a good age to find couples in the same level more often, from 28 to 30, 34, because they're crossing each other. And then when it comes to what we're wanting, we want the husband and all those as girls, we want that younger, and men are like, I want to play around. And then so we, once again, will intersect. So we want to be women as they start getting older, they start realizing, okay, I need more stability. They already know that when they're younger. Sorry, when they're younger, they know they want that stability. They were told that's what you're supposed to look for. But when they're not getting that from the men who are playing around, then their mind changes. Well, F that. I'm just gonna do me. I'm gonna do me comes out. And then going the other way, the men are like, oh, I've been playing around. I had a great time. Now I don't want to be a husband and a dad. What? Like, why? What is happening? Why aren't we all on the same level? It's just, we're crossing each other. Think about that. When you're a young man, you want to play around. You want to know you got all the girls. You worry about making money. You ain't really in that mindset. You get older, like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this money. You want to have kids? Women are like, I want to have kids right now. I'm ready. And then men are. That's where the. Huh?
You're right. You're right theoretically. You're right theoretically. Yes, men and women may be like two ships passing in the night. Okay.
They are.
That might be true. That might be true in some instances, right? You know what I mean? And I think, you know, our culture and our ways of doing things as Americans may kind of affect that as well, right? Because we're not raised in a culture where we are trained and prone to be husbands and wives. We're not. We're trained to be independent and make money. A lot of us are, right? Salute to Eda Man Williams. Good to see you in the building. You know what I mean? So I Am the Single One says, men don't understand how much they influence the city girl culture. It's literally their fault. How's it my fault how another grown person moves? And that like that don't make any sense. I'm not blaming no women for the choices that I made. And women have done some things to me that have been horrible. Even women in my own family. I don't blame them. I'm still a grown ass man. Grown people got to stop blaming other grown people for the decisions they made. We got to stop doing that.
I see what she's saying, but well, listen to what she said. Yeah, let's just go back to what she said. She said city girl culture.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to get some comments. Hold on. So Ruby Doll says society does a number on us, which contributes to that. 100 Watt says, hence, older men and younger women. Ruby Doll said, that's why we have to keep it back to the basics, more village type, okay. And then we also have people throwing out ages. You know what I mean? Eda Man says the best age is 19 to get married, okay. And then Ruby Doll says, I'm like an 18-year-old boy right now. LOL. Okay. Okay, so salute to your 18-year-oldism, okay?
Okay. Oh, God.
And one last one, Marcus says, a lot of the smart, aware men who pull women, who are trying to make a woman seriously, they pay attention to how women move. And the Eda Man says, you need to do it when you're 19. Okay. In terms of sexual energy. Okay, I hear y'all. And listen, the link is pinned in the chat. Y'all can come up and say all these things y'all want to say. We are all down for it. We would love to hear your voices and hear your opinions. Go ahead, Miss Polly.
Well, I was like the comment that's okay. Well, first I'll just gonna say the age thing. I think that's why. So we want to be cute and say that the older people didn't give us something. It does make sense if you were thinking about that the sex drive and the gold ring and when we crossed paths. And we can even put it down to also the looks of women when they're crossing paths and men, seeing younger women as attractive at their top before they have children and all those things like that. So if you say that, I will say I think that you're right. Like the younger age, I know Eda Man says 19. I know what he's saying, like, but the men are still so promiscuous. It is. Now I know some men aren't, but for the most part, those men are not ready to be fathers and want to do that. I'm not saying everyone, because there's some men who are brought up to be fathers and ready to do what they need to do, but most of them are not. Right. So in that mindset, I think that's still too young. Now, back in the generation, back in the day when they were you'd have a 17-year-old boy or man who would marry like a 15-year-old girl. Like, it wasn't an issue. It's because he was considered a man earlier. You see Spanish culture, they believe their children are 15. Those are grown men. So they will start thinking about, but then they'll get a little older. You start seeing them have kids when they're 19 because they're thinking about that when they're 15. So I think because our life expectancy is longer and all that, everything's kind of pushing the other way a little bit. That's just on that one. But when we're talking about the city girl thing, I think that we do have to say men have a lot to do with the fact that that's why we see the Women will say men aren't really affecting us. They are. We affect each other. Stop being delusional. The fact that men say they like big boobs, a girl with big butts, and I cannot lie. All these things aesthetically are attractive, and like I said, you want to be at the top of your game, so you change your aesthetics. Men will say, "Oh, I want a wife," but yet they might want a wife, but all the women who act like the full behavior get men, and which is contrary to what's really going on. The men will have sexual interactions with those women, they won't wife them. So if you're a woman who wants to get wifed, then it's like you gotta allow that to happen and just hope that you can hold on tight enough for it is kind of suck. It does suck. So then that's why you hear these songs like these hoes are winning. Because it looks like they're winning. They're getting money, they're getting cars, they're getting all this stuff. And the people who are holding out, they're not getting that. I'll let one of you lovely people talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. They're out here doing great stuff. They out here. Listen, when I heard Suki Kana had a lady on stage, and the lady someone said, show her, her cookie box. She opened up her cookie box, and there were people slapping it off the stage. She was hanging off stage. People were up there slapping her raw. At this point, and this is women and men.
I missed that one.
But let me introduce my peoples that came up here. Okay. And here's the thing, right? I'm gonna let everybody, say what they need to say, right? But let's keep in mind, right? What are the ages of these men and women y'all talking about that's accepting this thought or ratchet culture? I think thought and ratchet culture is age specific. I think it's people that are literally under 35. Literally. I don't think anybody over 35 that I've seen in my family or people that I know is really, really promoting this bullshit to me, right? You may have a few that are, but for the most part, people who are more mature are going to gravitate toward more mature things, right? Now, there may be a small social construct of those who, definitely, gravitate toward the salute to Monica Rose. Glad you're in the building. Salute family. Much love. You know what I mean? Salute to also my sister Ramadan. Glad she checked in as well. Much love. But yeah, with that being said, right, I think that's for like younger adults. I don't think that's for older adults. So this ratchet culture y'all speaking of, I don't think nobody who's like my age or Watt's age or anybody older, we not really gravitating towards that bullshit. I'm just being honest towards it. Now, if you got somebody that's a little bit younger, right, and they're a young head, then yes, they're going to be on that city girl bullshit or whatever. They're gonna be taking on them drugs and all that. Because a lot of them don't have the responsibilities or the things that older people have. When we have kids, bills, family members, our parents are getting older, you know what I'm saying? We got real shit going on. So we're not really focusing on that ratchet or that outlandish shit, right? But it is what it is. Everybody is different, right? Some people do, some people are older do, and some people don't. So I'm gonna go to I Am the Single One. I'm so glad you're up here, sister. Thank you for coming up. You know what I mean? I know it's your first time. I'm gonna go to Marcus. I'm gonna go to my man Watts. Go ahead, sister.
Thanks for having me. Great panel tonight. I just love Miss Polly. I was so happy to see her up here. But yeah, and good evening to the gentlemen, 100 Watts and Mac. Good to see you gentlemen as well. But I think from what you were saying about like ratchet culture, I think there are levels of participation. I wouldn't say that people over 35 are not participating at all. We'll listen to the song, maybe twerk a little bit in our, bathroom mirror, and then, but they're not going to influence us to live our lives that way, right? Also, I want to point out that ratchet culture is not new. The most vulgar ratchetry ever, like going back to 90s Freaknik, Uncle Luke, all of that stuff. So Suki Hana didn't invent any of this stuff, neither did Sexy Red. They were literally born into it, right? They were born into a culture that was already doing and perpetuating these things. And these are young women who are capitalizing on what they did not create. It was already here.
Marcus, it's on you. Thank you for sharing that, sister. You know what I mean? Definitely. I definitely understand your opinion, and I definitely agree with your opinion in part because I do believe each generation influences the other, right? So yes, the Freaknik, influenced a lot of the stuff that's going on now. Just like before the Freaknik, it was the hippies, right? The hippies and the free love and the free sex. That, influenced the Freakniks, you know what I mean? So each culture, each generation affects the next generation. And it basically evolves into something different. You feel what I'm saying? So I definitely agree with you. Marcus, is on you, dog?
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna just go straight up to bat. I think it's a little bit disingenuous. No offense from your take, Miss Polly, because you're saying that it's men. Usually from that standpoint, it's the consuming market is women when it comes to the city girl culture. It's mainly to the women, the demographic of those women. So that's where I'm going to go off the bat. It's a little bit cap, no offense.
But men participate.
Well, maybe homosexual gay men, maybe.
No.
Most straight men don't. Most straight men do not have Usher. Most straight men do not download. Who's the other guy? The other guy who's like known as like the panders more to the women. But no, but I'm saying that most straight men don't have Usher. It's usually the women, right? Because he's a pander in that way for the women. But when we're sticking to city girl culture, if we're on generalities, right? The consuming market, is mostly city girl culture is going to be for the young ladies. They're the ones that are majority. The other ones, maybe like the Rainbow Coalition, they might put into it. We're seeing what's happening with Lil Nas X or Sus X, and his subliminal messages and stuff like that is alluding to the ratchetness as well. So we have those issues in itself already as well. So if we're gonna be fully
you're confused, Marcus.
Yeah,
I think what I mean by that is they'll purchase the merchandise. I know what you're saying. We're not talking about who's financing these. What we're saying is who is also saying it's a positive.
That matters though, because if you're financing off of it, it's going to push the propaganda. It's going to push the advertisement. It's going to push the propaganda, the sales, all that stuff.
But women are going to buy and support other women.
Then it's not the men then.
So
then it's not the men then.
Saying is, but no, I didn't say that. I said women are going to support each other regardless of that. What I'm talking about is why is that those particular women can also still get boyfriends and get fucked.
And I was the one that said men are contributing to it with their dollars, because if you go in a strip club, you have 20 strippers on stage, 100 guys in the room actually throwing the money. So in that instance, you have 120 people participating in the ratchetry, but only 20 people are being pointed to like, oh my God, this is so ratchet. No, you're actively supporting that. If you are on Instagram and you're liking this kind of content, if you're watching,
Yeah, but one thing is an establishment where you go in and that's it, right? You just go in for a few hours. There's no cameras, like where it's blasting you up. Now social media has made it worse now. So there's a difference in a strip club or a gentleman's club as opposed to full blast international TV. Full blast international social media, full blast international, whatever you want to call it, satellite, everything. So it's broadcasted around the nation and country. So the whole strip club, I get it, but that's on a small scale.
No,
that's on a scale where.
So what about OnlyFans?
OnlyFans? Really?
Why is OnlyFans being supported by males? So you might not want anybody to know that you are looking at Suki Kana. But you are giving Suki Kana a lot of money, but what translates is dollars are translating to I like, right? So even if women are saying, oh, you know what, she has nice clothes, they're following it because someone is saying that looks attractive. Women are out here.
Well, that's the market. That's also
because they want to high five each other. They're modifying their bodies because the women who look like that get men.
Are you conflating sexual attraction with the relationship attraction thing?
No. Yeah. See, I was saying that is true. That these men do want to just have sex with them.
Hold on.
Time out. Women aren't going to hold out.
Polly.
Why am I going to hold out?
Miss Polly, hold on.
They're getting it.
But Miss Polly, you saying that why are these kind of girls getting these kind of boyfriends? I think you're conflating these kind of type of boyfriend, with the type of relationship that you think are getting. That's the difference.
They are getting. I didn't say they're getting. Let's say they're not going to get married, right?
They're not getting a high quality relationship.
Relationships with men. They're getting attention from men, and they're getting relationships from men. They are. And those women are not single.
So I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying, but so the example that you're giving, an example from what I'm understanding is you're talking about a stripper has the ability of getting a boyfriend. Am I there so far? So you're talking about like a stripper,
which is possible. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean that's just a job title. I'm talking about what a man looks at when he goes to a strip club. Is he going to pick the big booty, nice light skinned girl with the tattoos, or is he going to pick the girl who has a B cup and no ass?
But see, and that's unfair because that's unfair because I am a man that personally likes natural shit. It don't have to be a B cup, but if that's your shit, we here. Like I prefer natural women. Whenever I've been in a strip club, if I can tell that you got work done, I don't want you on my lap. Please, no, don't touch me.
Right, that's awful. Get off, go away.
Yeah, like so. The body image thing, like I hear what you're saying, but you're taking sexual attraction away from what a relationship is. Because these guys that are going to get strippers and OnlyFans girls, I promise you at some point he's going to tell her to stop doing that because he doesn't want her doing that. So he's not attracted to her as a stripper.
Right.
He already got him.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. He wants the woman. He's attracted to what he saw. He's attracted to the shape that she has, the way that she danced and all of that. That's why he's attracted to her. That is why he starts latching on to her. That doesn't mean that he's gonna love her forever. If
he's not gonna stay there forever.
It doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm not even understanding the point that you're making.
Okay,
because yes, men are attracted because men are attracted to ass. Okay, women are too. I've been in a relationship where a woman will sit next to me and say, "Damn, that's a fat ass." Like, I mean, I'm saying, like, how we gonna deny what looks good? If it look good to you, it look good.
But that's what I'm trying to say. You're saying what we're saying.
Yeah.
Those women are attractive, right? So why would a person like me, let's just say, who doesn't have any ass or titties, why wouldn't I want to go get what that woman has? Because now I can get a man like you. Because you're going to look at her
Hold on, time out. Hold on. Can I handle this real quick? Hold on, 100. Can I get something real quick? There's a difference. It might get you to the dance. That might get you a ticket to the dance, but it won't keep you there.
Yeah, but look at me. Wait.
There you go. Right. Go ahead, 100.
You're right. Wait. Let me help you. I'm going to cut that out right there. You're right. It'll get her to the dance, and then it won't keep her there. But since there's 20 other bitches that look just like her, now I'm still in back of the line while the rest of these 20 ass bitches get a chance with you, and I don't.
So you're pushing for fake BBLs and fake, breast implants? Is that what you're pushing for?
No.
She's saying take accountability for, yeah. Take accountability for what you're supporting, exactly. With your dollars, with your attention, with your likes, with your views. Men actively support this, and they don't want to take any accountability for their participation in it. That's all.
I feel like what y'all are doing is taking the same group of both genders and putting them together. There are ratchet women. There are ratchet women, and there are ratchet men. Not all men want the shit that comes with ratchet life.
No,
I don't want the shit that comes along with ratchet shit. Okay, but that's
Mr. What?
You feel like it's the masses because you're taking a particular group. It's a particular group, and this group is the loudest. I'm not saying they're not the loudest. The ratchet group, that's what's pushed it, but now that's a different conversation. Now we're getting into what media is doing. Now that's a whole nother conversation. Because if we're gonna have a conversation and we're talking about ratchet shit, right? The majority of black people that don't have bodies. They don't go deleting people. But the music that influences deleting people is what you're gonna hear the most. That doesn't mean that that's a majority of black people.
But the majority of
group of people that do
the majority of women who are making now more than, like you said, we're also the consumers. So most women who work at Target,
majority consumer,
who are working at Target, can afford a BBL if they leave the country. So those women are now doing what? So now I'm not competing with the same women you're talking about. Now the woman who works at Target with 6 kids and all this other crap, now a person who doesn't have any children or anything, who just has a regular body, is competing with her. It's just what it
because
is.
it's so ideal, right, to have 6 kids and a messed up, botched up Brazilian butt lift.
6 kids. Okay, let's
let's keep it. Let's keep it. Let's keep it.
Matter.
4 kids.
2,
let's go.
5, 7, 9. It doesn't matter because you're still looking at that woman because of what she looks aesthetically.
Again, you're conflating sexual attraction with relationship.
I'm not conflating the two.
So what you're saying,
you just said yourself, you're attracted to women, right? When you see a woman, you're attracted to her, right?
Yes.
I also got limitations and boundaries.
You're saying right now, so time out. So you're saying right now on wax that when you're out in public, and even if you're in a relationship, when you're out in public, if you see a man that is attractive, you don't at least in your mind acknowledge that, wow, he's cute. You don't at least do that in your mind?
No, I said we do that.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
That's
Men
not,
do it
you're
too.
not
Like, what are we talking
acknowledging that
about?
you're with somebody. What I said was men who are also contributing to the culture of being ratchet. If you see that and you're saying, oh, okay, I wouldn't date her, but I'd put my dick in her.
Yep.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about
then you're telling me it's not about love, because I'm going to be honest with you, most people out here ain't trying to find love. They just trying to find a conditional relationship. And let's just be 100 about that. You're trying to find someone who could going to do the things you need them to do. So most people ain't trying to look for love. They're trying to look for someone who's going to either going to help them with some bills or pay them all or whatever kind of construct you want. Most people ain't out here trying to find this person who's going to make them feel like a wonderful person every day. They're not. They're trying to make
what I do
sure
find to be unfair.
Miss Polly,
what I do find to be unfair.
They're not.
What I do find to be unfair is when we talk about the ratchet culture.
Sorry.
When we talk about the ratchet culture, it is easy for us to go to strippers and OnlyFans girls. The part that we're not talking about is these baddies and these Jocelyn Cabaret and these Love and Hip Hop girls. They're also influencing other girls to be ratchet and be wild as fuck on Instagram so they can get on a show and get a sponsor deal and all of that. That's contributing to that as well. So I think it's unfair to automatically go to strippers and OnlyFans girls because that's influencing young girls as well. I see these little girls out here at the park watching the videos together, doing the bullshit at the park. So that's an influence on these girls as well. It's not necessarily I'm trying to get a man and I'm trying to get somebody to fuck me. It's I want to be that bitch because that bitch get the money. Like that shit crazy too.
Not my man.
What you say?
Let me.
Not by men.
No, by men.
Let me say this too, right? Let me say this too, right? And listen, I'm letting the cat out the bag tonight because you women need to hear this, and you need to hear this shit because I think a lot of times y'all get it messed up. You know, when a man is just knocking something down, and y'all think that he actually loves this woman, he don't. Let me tell y'all something, right? Sometimes, and I'm not saying every man, right? I'm just saying some men, not all men, right? But sometimes as men, right? And I've heard this from different men in my family and different men I'm close to. Sometimes we do really want to love y'all and be in love with y'all and be with y'all and give y'all everything. But the fact that y'all have hurt us so much, you know what I'm saying? It hurts so much to give and give our legacy and give a child and give all that shit to you. And then now it don't fucking work out. Now we're hurt because it don't work out. Now I done married you and now it's fucked up and now I want to leave, but I just can't because if I'm a man, if I decide to leave, now I'm going to be looked at as a bad person. Because my reputation, my namesake, all that shit is on the line, right? But that's the part that we don't let out the bag to y'all. We don't really say that. Maybe we should say that more. Maybe we should be more vulnerable about how we really feel in relationships. Our back, that's our fallacy as men, right? We're not gonna be as vulnerable as we probably need to be in certain instances, right? That's why a lot of us die of cancer and diabetes and all this other shit because we holding all this toxic shit in. So we not releasing and letting it out. We go drink, you know what I mean? We'll go lay with some other chick real quick, but we're not really releasing a way that should be healthy for us, right? So sometimes we release something with these other vices, whether it's other women or liquor or whatever else, because at that moment, us running to you is not an option. or we don't feel like it's an option based on our experiences that we've had with you, because we've been hurt so much by you, and this is a hurt that we don't talk about. Men don't talk about their hurt. They are now starting to reveal some of their hurt through the manosphere, little by little, right? But even in that, it just comes out as a lot of times it comes out as them bitching, or them basically complaining, right? It doesn't come out as vulnerability. You know what I'm saying? But if we were more vulnerable about the things that actually hurt us, just like the things that hurt, the things that y'all vulnerable about that we do that hurt you, maybe we can get somewhere. But a lot of times we're not running to these 304s or whatever because we actually love them and care about them. A lot of times it's just more comforting, because us trying to really give to you is not comforting. You're not making it a safe space or a good space for us to give to you or to love you the way we want to. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, but that's still validating what I'm saying. You're literally saying that
Again,
that's why.
it went
It doesn't
over.
matter the
Again, it went
reason.
over. It went over the head. It went over,
Completely.
listen, this is the thing. This is the issue. You're giving too much light to certified street strollers that you like to call all these OnlyFans chicks and these strippers,
It doesn't even
whatever.
have to be an
Which
OnlyFans
isn't.
chick. I just said the girl in
No.
Target
Well, you brought it
market.
up. You brought it up, so I'm using it now against you. So
Okay,
these
sure.
certified street strollers, right?
Mhm.
That is not the majority of women, and yet you
It's
still
not.
want to shed this light like it's the men. Sure, there's men probably throwing dollars at them behind the scenes, whatever, DMs, right? Whatever. Does that still negate the fact that they're the ones still overall influencing each other, giving each other bad advice, and like Watts was saying, doing the trends on the TikTok in public, at school, at a mall, whatever it is, even in someone's even house? It still doesn't change the fact that all this stuff is still hyperinflating the fact that all this stuff is detrimental, and yet women will always listen to other women with dog shit advice.
That's not has nothing to do with
And
what I'm saying.
the thing is that here's the thing, right? The thing is that this, right? When y'all trying to give credence or any value to these 304s, but the thing is, the only reason that they have a value or any credence is because when I come home and I'm trying to tell you or trying to be vulnerable with you as your man, right? You're not making a safe space. You're not making a safe space for me. Or what you're doing is that you're gonna start complaining and start saying little things out your mouth. You're gonna start pointing out things that you know that's gonna hurt me or that I'm insecure about, right? You're gonna start doing these things. So now that you're not creating a safe space, me as a man, since I'm logical and I'm proactive at the same time, I'm gonna find me a safe space. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to a safe space.
Safe
So
space.
you're validating what we just said.
Yeah.
That they're winning. Because
Right.
they don't have to deal with anything
They're not
bad. They
winning.
just
They're not
have
winning
good
because
stuff.
I'm not gonna wife that 304. I'm never gonna wife her. That's
It
what you
doesn't
don't
matter, but
understand.
she gets all the benefits and none of the negative.
And none of
Why
the
not be her?
responsibilities and none of
That
the
sounds great.
No, she don't get no benefits. I'm not putting her name in my will. I'm not gonna give her
She don't
half of
care
my
about
shit.
that. She got your dollars when you took her out for dinner and you had to screw her. She got dinner.
Clearly, you don't go to the court system and you haven't worked on that system. You haven't seen that.
Wait. I'm glad they walked into this. Let them walk into it. Let them walk into the burning
Give
building.
you money. Then you're gonna
Right?
tell
Wait,
me,
hold on,
okay,
hold on,
there's
hold
these
on.
benefits.
Y'all said something, right? So okay.
What?
So hold on. So if she's okay, right? If the benefit is her only getting $300 at that moment, and you getting $100,000 off of my will if I die, right?
You're not dead.
Hold on. If you feel like she's benefiting more than you, and you're getting $100,000 if something happened to me, and you getting my cars, and you getting all the houses, and you getting everything that comes with it, right? So really,
You're not dead.
Hold on. When you really look at it, really, what I'm leaving you and what I'm building for you is really like $300,000. If we really put everything together, that's what I'm leaving to you. I'm not.
But you're not dead.
What I'm saying is that everything I'm building is for you. It's
How
not
come
for
everything
her.
you're building is for her, but you can't have the sexual discipline to not run to the what you call the 304? I don't refer to women as that. To run to another woman when something is going wrong in your relationship. You don't have the discipline to do that, but you're building an empire, a $300,000, $3 billion, trillion.
Well, stop going on OnlyFans. Stop being a stripper.
But you don't get it anyway. I don't get it. I can't spend it. You're not dead.
What I'm saying is that, and look, I'm not saying this is for all women. What I'm saying is that for the women, I'm not saying that these are you two women, because I don't believe that you guys do this to your men. I know you don't do that to your men. We probably do this because we actually have talked. So I know you treat your men with a certain amount of love and valor and respect, and I definitely look up to that. I am the single one. I don't know if you do that with your men or not. I'm not really sure. I don't know.
I don't date men. I don't date men.
She'll date men.
Okay. But let me say this, right? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? The partners that y'all choose, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that y'all don't treat them with respect or whatever else. But there are some women who don't treat their partners with respect, who treat them poorly, right?
Right.
A certain way. But they know that these men are not gonna leave, right? Because men, you know what I'm saying? If we are married to you or we with you, especially if we got kids, we're not abandoning them kids. You know what I'm saying? We're not abandoning the family. We're not gonna do that. And y'all been doing it. Some of y'all, not y'all, not you two up here, but a lot of women know this, and they still treat their men like shit. And then they expect to sit back and not be reactionary. Should the man
That's not what we're saying. I think you guys aren't hearing what we're saying. You're changing the subject.
So you saying moving the goalposts? Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, because what you're talking about is that men who get, which I understand, men who get stuck in situations that they don't want to be in, and they're trying to find some kind of remnants of appreciation from someone else. But what I'm saying is the women that they're going to seek it from, those women are engaging in this culture. And if you are then going into that culture and retrieving those women for whatever means and throwing them back, you're basically saying that that's an okay culture when you do that. I'm not saying all men do it. I'm saying that if you participate in it, even women, if you participate in it in any way, you are saying that it is okay. It's like going to a brothel. You know it at the brothel. If you say, "Oh, I'm against brothels," but you keep going because every once in a while you want to itch scratch, you are participating in it. Yes. And then there are women who want to be the girl in the brothel. They want to be that because they get something out of it. Whatever it is, I don't know, but they get something out of it. So you're participating.
And in every sex industry, whether it's the brothel, the OnlyFans, actually on the street, on Instagram, whatever, there are more men customers than women workers. So that's what I mean when I say that men are greatly contributing to city girl culture, because they are the consumer. And they don't hate city girl culture so much that they'll refrain from consuming. They'll continue to consume, yet shame or try to put down or degrade the person that they're patronizing at the same time.
Let me say this.
That's not a huge majority. That's not a huge number, though.
I'm a single one. I didn't know that you didn't date men. I apologize if I offended you because I didn't know. So my bad.
Everybody knows that, Mr. Best.
I didn't know. I literally did not know. I'm so sorry. I did not know.
No, I am the single one. Period.
Okay. Period. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yes, you did.
He may have.
I'm being dead serious. I didn't know.
I don't think Marcus.
Yeah, I definitely didn't know. Go ahead, Watts.
I think there are like a bunch of different points that are being made right now. Cause like, okay, men cheat. Like, all right, men cheat, women cheat, people cheat in relationships. Okay. Right. I do think it's kind of crazy to say that because I cheated and I had a sexual relationship with this woman, she won. Like she won. Okay, she got what she wanted from this exchange, and I got what I wanted from this exchange. But we're like, she won. I'm still coming home to you. This is like he was talking about. This is still our home. This is our relationship. I fucked up, but that doesn't mean that she won something. That like those two things.
Most cheating is not that women don't like the cheating. I'll put this out there. I've been saying this for a couple of days now. I'm gonna say it again. Most women who are on the opposite side of the cheating, most women get gratification out of taking a man away from his purpose. If your purpose is your family, your home, you're supposed to be dedicated to that. You're supposed to be disciplined in that and making sure that is sacred to you. If another person outside of that can take you away from that and focusing on that purpose, then they have deemed themselves, and you're showing me as your wife, and you're showing them as the person you did it with, and they are able to take you away from your purpose. especially as a man. And if she did that, she's a winner.
Okay, but that and
She's a
and
winner.
that okay. I hear what you're saying, and I can go along with that. But if we're talking about like that's cheating, so we're talking about cheating, and we can agree there. But we're talking
She's a
like
winner.
you were originally talking about, and we were originally talking about the ratchet culture and the city girl culture and all of that. I'm not disputing that men contribute to it. Like there is no dispute there. I don't think any of the men here are disputing that men contribute to it. There are in terms of the demographics, if you look at OnlyFans, there's probably a very big exponential gap between male subscribers versus female subscribers. We can agree there completely, 100%.
Right.
But like I said, I do think that it's unfair when we talk about that culture, when we only talk about the sexual aspect of it, because that internet shit, that all of that other shit is influential as well. All of those pictures that these girls take in the bikinis that the guys are double tapping, there's also comments under there. Yes, queen, you bad bitch, do that, girl. And those pictures are the ones that make them want to book those flights to Colombia to go get their body done. That plays a part in it as well. So no one's denying that men contribute to it. But to say that men are a bigger contributor, I don't think that's fair. Because again, if we're talking about outside of the sexual stuff, the TV culture, these TV shows are influencing these girls as well. So to say that men have a bigger contribution, I think is where the bigger contribution is what I've been pushing back.
I think the only thing you see bigger about it is the fact that we're making more of them. And what women do is multiply. So what we did was we just made more of the same thing that we're seeing you be attracted to.
So a bad batch becomes a worse batch?
I'm just being honest. If I see that, okay, let's say if I see a job and at that job it's wonderful over there, it looks so wonderful, everybody keeps going over there and get a goddamn job. I want to get a job there too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what I have to do to go get a job there. You guys are participating in that. And what I say is that we multiply. You just make more of me. You make more people want to go work there because that's where it looks like it's beneficial. It doesn't look beneficial to be a good girl anymore. It's not beneficial to be a wife anymore.
The people that consume these TV shows that I'm talking about, who is the demographic for these shows?
But that's
telling me that
I agree with you. I agree with you, but we're not. What I'm saying is that we're not. It's not that we're contributing. We are becoming.
What's the difference?
So you're telling me that women are becoming ratchet because of what I like on Instagram?
Yes. That's exactly.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There you go.
That was
oh my god.
Surprise.
You're bugging.
We live.
You're bugging.
We live. We live in a day and age where we think because you just hit a like button that the overinflated sensation of ego means something, and unfortunately, so this is why there was there was this radio station, right, where I listened to, and a lot of these conversations that you thought were just on YouTube, no, not for the last couple of years, unless some of the radio stations I've been listening to, where this stuff has been exponentially happening, and the fact that there is an issue where a guy who was a hardworking guy, slaving away at work, next thing you know, the woman that he has, that he married, and the woman and the child that he's raising ends up not being his, and then people in the phone calling in are saying, hey, why did you dare have these kind of limitations and boundaries where you want to leave the family that you found out that she cheated and the kid isn't yours anymore? How dare you? Should stick around and suffer through it. And yet there was one woman who called and said, hey, you know what? I vouch for this man. You know why? Because I'm a byproduct of the same situation where I was the child, where my mom had died and dogged on the man that she was with. And now we come into this situation now where we're here and you're conflating a like to the ratchetness, to the culture, to the toxicity of it is now, where I put it in the chat myself. You're making a so-called toxic ratchet, a clique of women who get likes, who isn't probably not even a huge majority of women. That's probably maybe 20%, maybe, if that. 15%, and you think because those 15-20% of women are getting these likes or whatever, and these heart emojis, or somehow you're correlating that with something else of substance or quality?
The women you're talking about, you're saying 15%. I don't know what 15% you're talking about. These are women who are widely seen all over the earth.
Okay, then maybe, 8%, maybe 9%.
Okay, but they're all over the earth. So even if it is 12%, these are people you see every day, daily. Your children see.
So you're probably going to say Kim Kardashian is representative for most women. That's probably what you're going to say next, fine. You're probably going to say that Kim Kardashian is the majority representation of women now. Is that what you're going to say next?
That you're not listening to what I'm saying. The fact that someone is saying what she's doing and they are agreeing that that is a positive thing is going to make other people want it. That's why I was giving an example to Watts, as if Watts was a man that I really want. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so amazing. And I see him looking at women with small waist and big asses. And I don't have that. And all I hear him say is, oh, I like big butts. I like thin waist. I'm going to go take my ass to Colombia and go get it bigger so he will notice me.
Mm-hmm.
Because that makes sense. And then I have a chance to be suited by him. That makes sense. That's not.
What's one of the best ways they say to a man's heart is what? His stomach?
But it doesn't matter because like you just get in the door. You just get in the door. You just said he's going to smash all 20 of the girls. He's going to get them into the contest. It's going to the big booties at the
So
track.
do you know a list of what men actually like?
Back of the line. So I get
but this is what Marcus is saying though, right? This is what he's saying though. So what she got in the door? Why does getting in the door matter? That's the problem that we're talking about.
Because
getting in the door don't mean. But time out. Just listen to what I'm saying for a second. Why is getting in the door the prize? Because just because she got in the door doesn't mean that she about to win a prize. Here's why I'm saying that. If what the example you gave, if I met you and I met you and we had this thing where we're attracted to each other, and you started hearing me or going through my Instagram or whatever and had this idea in your mind of the woman that I wanted, and you decided that you were going to go get a surgery, now I'm questioning your confidence in yourself. Now you have an insecurity problem that I'm questioning you have. Because if that's all it took for you to change your physical appearance, now I have a problem with that. I can't keep you now because you aren't even happy enough with yourself to be with me. Now you're doing something to yourself to I didn't ask you for that. You're doing something to yourself to put an image in my.
I was happy with myself until my man told me that he liked something else.
But you put an image in your mind of something that I wanted that I didn't want.
Said it.
No,
you said it.
No,
if
okay.
you don't like it,
do you think that men are just walking up to their girl talking about, you know what, babe? I love you if you had a bigger ass. Like, do you really think niggas is just walking up to their girls?
No, what they're doing is they're liking all the pictures on Instagram. They're talking to girls that overhear their man talking about big asses, and they want one too because they want their man to be attracted to them. And they don't think
so men can't have locker talk anymore. Because I mean, men do, like when I get around my homies, like we talk, like, yeah, I seen shorty with that ass. Yo, you see shorty with the sundress.
So
like,
what does that say to me?
Like,
what does that say to me? If you're talking about something else that I don't have that you like, I want to be your everything, Watts. Why wouldn't I get that?
If me shooting the shit with my homies is changing your mind, and the fact that I wake up every day and I give you actions, I give you affections, I give you proof of everything that I appreciate about you. You're gonna take me shooting the shit with the homies over what I do on a daily basis. You're gonna take what I said to the homies, getting drunk. Yo, we taking shots. We smoking some weed. I'm chilling with the homies. It's halftime on a Cowboys game while the Cowboys is getting their ass beat. We talking shit right now. That's not real. So
okay,
when you get with some homegirl.
Wait, let me ask you this. Okay, so if you overheard me talking to my girl, and I was like, girl, I just love big dick. I just love this dip. I just love dip that's 12 inches. I kept saying it over and over again. You gonna think that you good enough all of a sudden? You ain't gonna question a little bit that does she like my stuff?
Okay, so now that is for me to deal with. That's the insecurity that I might have to deal with now. Like that's for me to deal
Hey,
with.
that was a cold one
That's
right
for me
there.
to
That's a
deal
cold
with.
spin.
That was a
What,
cold
what,
one.
what are we?
No, wait,
Hey,
wait,
that was
wait. It
cold.
gets
Because
worse.
look, because look,
It gets worse. If you could change that, Watts, if you could change it, and I kept talking about it, would you consider changing it?
never. No, I would
don't
not.
know. Listen, you might not personally, but I'm gonna tell you right now, every man out here has had a thought in their mind that they're not pleasing their woman and could
I
think
mean,
about
yeah,
a way
it's
to do it
niggas.
better. So that it
It's
does
niggas
not
getting
make sense.
hairlines drawn on. It's niggas getting
Why
hairlines
are they
drawn
doing
on every
that?
day. Yes,
Why are
of
they doing
course.
that? Why are they doing
Why
that?
are women wearing wigs? Why are you wearing wigs?
Because of the same
Because
reason.
Weaves,
people are doing.
extensions.
Hey,
No,
chill out, Watts.
listen,
Chill out.
listen.
Shout out to
I'm
the
saying,
WWE Wig Weaving Extension Foundation.
how people choose to deal with their insecurities, it shows. How you choose to deal with
Right.
your insecurities, it shows. If I'm
It
losing my
does.
hairline and I
It
decide
does.
if I lose my hairline, I have I have long, beautiful hair.
Yes.
If I lose my hairline and I decide to start sewing it back in and getting it drawn on and all of that, it's reflecting that I am not ready to accept what's up with me. If a woman
Right.
is willing to go get cosmetic surgery to change her body for the fact that some nigga said he likes something,
It's not some
she's
nigga,
not
it's
dealing
her
with her
man that she
insecurities.
loves and wants to
Hey,
please.
talk that shit.
And
Talk that shit,
and
Watts.
So
just
it don't matter.
because
So
it's
you're
her,
saying we don't have to please our man?
There's a
if
such
if
thing as a
I would
fantasy,
never,
Miss Polly.
if there
There's
is
such
a
thing as a
woman, if
fantasy
there is a
woman.
woman, there, yes. But even outside of that, if you are in a relationship where your man can't accept you where you are and you're not willing to change where you are, y'all don't need to be together. If I look at you every day and I tell
I
you you got
agree,
a big ass,
Watts.
if I tell you every day that you got a big ass thumb, and I pull that out because I didn't want to disrespect you. I just said thumb on purpose
You're
because I
doing
didn't want
great.
to disrespect you. If I looked at you every day and I said, damn, you got a big ass thumb, and you accepted your thumb, you're fine with it, you ain't gonna do nothing to change it, and I'm not willing to accept that, that is now up to you to leave. If you decide to go get a surgery to reduce your thumb size, now that's how you dealt with your insecurities. Now
So
that's
that's how
you.
they
Now
dealt
you're
with
dealing
it.
with your
You're right.
insecurities.
That's how they dealt with it. They went and got a bigger ass.
And I don't
Wait a
want
minute.
that. And I don't
So-
want that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want it. If she go get the BBL,
I be thinking the
she
women be
might as
doing
well
that
go
shit to
find
please
somebody else.
themselves and other women, honestly. Like it's like a
I'm telling you
competition.
because they want to be
Hold
attractive.
on, y'all. Let me hear from my man Riggs real quick. Then I'm gonna get to these comments. I see
I
y'all
gotta
in
go
the
to the
comments.
bathroom. I'm gonna listen. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just kind of tuning in, but like from what I could pick up when it comes like to the surgery thing with women, because I feel exactly what Watts is saying. It's like he's telling her what it is, but she don't want to accept what he's telling her. You feel me? She want to keep saying nah, because if you guys say you guys like this and you're liking it and whoopty whoop, I'm gonna change myself to accommodate that. But that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Like what he's telling her is if we love you and we fuck with you and we rock with you, it don't matter what we like or whatever. We like you. You know what I'm saying? For you. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like a lot of women do a lot of these things. It's like they have competition with these other women. And I kind of want to say like these social media women, because like I see a lot of women, you know what I'm saying, that I know kind of in life, and they do the whole thing to make the lips bigger and stuff. Like they're really into all these little surgeries to enhance certain shit. And I don't really see the men, you know what I'm saying, like, dudes that I be around and everything. I don't see them like, oh man, you know what I'm saying, I kind of want my girl to get that lip thing, or I want my girl to get the whoopty whoopty. Like, I don't really be hearing that type of conversation. Do they hit the like on certain things on social media? Of course, I'm sure they do. But that's kind of how I kind of see it, you know what I'm saying? Because if you talk to a lot of dudes, shit, there's some dudes up here right now. You talk to them and ask them, hey man, would you want your woman to do all this and that, all these surgeries? I can almost guarantee that almost more than half of them would say no. You know what I'm saying? That's
More
all.
than half.
More than half,
to the
for
comments,
sure.
I just had one analogy. Before he gets to the comments. I could be out at dinner and I could
Hey,
be
Miss
eating a
Polly, don't be
cheeseburger.
turning your shit off when I talk. You didn't go to the bathroom and come back that fast. You turned your shit off when I started talking. That's some cold shit.
It's true.
I'm just playing, man.
If I'm at a
She
restaurant
wants to
and
go
I'm eating
like
a
some
burger,
pictures, probably.
Yeah, I like
and a
chicken,
waiter,
though.
y'all funny. Y'all funny.
Go ahead, Watch.
But
Do your
if I'm
thing,
eating
bro.
a burger, if I'm at a restaurant eating a burger and a waiter walks by with a steak, I could look at the plate and say, "Damn, that steak look good," and not send my burger back to the kitchen. Like just because I saw something that
That's
I
a cold
think looks
example
good,
too,
or
brother. I like that.
I found just because I
Or was
saw
it?
something that
That's not what happened.
just because I
That
saw
was a
something
good
that
example,
is
though,
what
Miss
happened.
Polly. You had a
Just
good
because
one
I
too,
saw
though.
something that I've found to be attractive doesn't mean that I'm sending back what I got.
Okay, wait.
I could
Let's
love
get
you.
more
I could love
details,
you for
baby. No,
each and every person.
what happened was you saw the steak, you got up and went over there and licked that steak and came back to the table.
See, that's the problem. See, that's what you think
That's
niggas
what you
is
did.
doing. That's what you think niggas is doing.
No,
That's exactly what you think niggas is
you
doing.
went over
I
to
looked up,
that
said,
steak
"Damn,
and you
that's
like,
a
oh,
nice
that
steak,"
looks
and
good.
went right back to my dinner. I say, if I'm telling you right now, if double tapping a picture on Instagram is equivalent to me going to lick somebody else's steak, that's crazy.
It's not
That's
equivalent.
crazy.
But tell me this, Mr. Watts. Tell me this. If you don't support it and you don't like it, why do you like it?
Okay, so the reason I do like it is because, and I'm gonna speak for myself. I can't speak for all of them. I'm gonna speak for myself. What I do, the work I've been in radio, I've done music videos, all of these other kind of things. So there are models that are on the internet that I've seen that do work. I like their pictures because they do good work. It's models out here that take some ugly ass pictures, and sometimes I see models that have nice pictures, and I'll double tap them because that's a nice picture. It looked like she paid some money for a real photographer to come take these pictures. So I'm gonna double tap that. Sometimes I see women that have, they got these little strip pole dancing classes for women that y'all be using as workout and stuff like that. I see those videos on Instagram, like, oh shit, that was a nice routine they put together. It was 4 girls on a pole. That was a nice routine together. I'll double tap that.
Yeah, you
It's not
support it.
necessary, like, it doesn't, and that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, shit, that was a lot of ass moving in that video. Cool, I'll double tap it. It's not like I'm about
You
to.
support it.
It's not like I'm about to take. It's not like I'm about to be
And
having
yet the
sex with
women
my
signing
girl,
up for those
imagining these
classes.
pics on Instagram. Like,
Because you're saying,
not-
first off, you're saying it's cool.
Can I
Yeah,
answer that?
oh my goodness.
Can I give that a quick answer?
See how disingenuous that is?
Go ahead, Riggs. Go ahead, Riggs.
The cap is real.
If you was to ask me that same question, my answer would be just to be like pretty simplified is I could appreciate a good looking woman. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'd hit the like.
We're not talking about just clicking. We're talking about more than just clicking. We're not
What are
talking
you
about
talking
just
about?
clicking. You're not just clicking. Mr. Best was even talking about. We're not talking about
Okay.
just the initial
Moving the
click. We're
goalpost
talking
now?
about you supported something, you clicked on it, you saw it, right? Okay.
She said,
What's
yeah. She
interesting
said, yeah,
is
100.
You're clicking it, and then you're going when you get upset at your girlfriend. You go to big.
Oh, now
you
you want to put a spin on it.
Ass.
You
That's
want
what
to
I'm
put a
talking
spin on it.
Yup.
Oh, I
See what
got
I'm saying?
you.
Disingenuous
I
moving the
got you.
goalpost.
I can't argue if that's what you want to put on it. I can't. That's.
But
shit.
that's what we were saying. I'm not talking about just clicking. And on top of that, if your team
you
is
took
the
that and you went all the way to the moon with that
If your
one.
team is the Giants, why are you liking the Cowboys? That sounds ridiculous.
Okay, hold on. So we're
Hey,
conflating now NFL highlights?
Yes.
I see.
I didn't get
That's
that
a
example.
difference.
Miss Molly, I didn't. For
I'm a
real.
Steelers fan, but Lamar Jackson cold as a motherfucker though. Like
I know.
Lamar Jackson
Go
cold.
Ravens. Go Ravens.
I know because y'all be trading teams when you want to. Listen, that's the point.
No, they
Oh my
don't, Miss
God.
Polly.
Get
Miss
the hell
Polly.
outta here.
Come on, Miss Polly. Are you trolling?
She is. She has no
You
argument. She's against the
trolling.
wall.
Oh,
She's
okay.
literally against the wall. She's literally against the wall.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the wall.
Riggs, I don't know what be happening, but when the women get on the show for some reason, y'all like to troll. Why y'all like to do that so much?
Yeah, like the cap.
Man.
Yo,
I want to hear more
though?
I am. See what she talking about.
even if she trolling, this is really some shit they be saying though. So even if she
Facts.
is trolling, this is
Y'all,
this is a real fucking
All right,
No,
Miss
that is a
Cosplay.
fact, but just to hear it though, it's like, God damn.
y'all trading teams. Y'all go to the whole team and then come back and try to play straight. Stop.
Yeah, see, that's a lie too.
Damn.
I am. What do you think about that? Is she right? I am.
Yeah, it happens all the time. That's actually the scenario that you brought up, Mr. Best. And I did want to say that I really like Mr. Watts' hair. He took his hoodie off. It was gorgeous hair.
gorgeous, beautiful.
Yes. And I like Mr. Riggs' beard and his haircut in the photo.
Thank you.
Don't
I
try
appreciate
to-
that.
Don't try to
Does that
hold
mean
on.
she
Don't
team
try
light
to.
skin or dark skin?
Don't try to be sweet on
she
us
keeps
now.
trading
Don't-
it up on me. I'm just
Don't
so
try to be all
confused.
sweet and womanly on us now. It's too late.
You said
It's
because
too late. Y'all
would you
done
wait?
been
Would
to
you
the
say, Miss
doghouse.
Polly?
Nothing. What?
Nah, what'd you say?
Nothing.
You said something about dark and light skin. What'd you say?
Didn't say anything like that.
No,
You know
I
what she
think
said.
men,
Now
I
they
think
now they
men
trying to be all
underestimate.
sweet. I like your haircut. I like your braid. Don't try to do that now. Y'all done troll for like the last 30 minutes. You know what I mean? We was trying to make some valid points, and y'all wasn't trying to hit shit.
And then
Let's
she
be
came
honest.
with some compliments, so that was dope. I ain't mad at that. That was dope.
ladies.
Yeah. Let me get to these comments real quick, right? So, let me see. Let me go down. Okay, let me start from. Okay. She said something very important. They only care about the opinions they are attracted to with the average man. Wants don't matter to these women. Okay. Self-esteem in the basement. Blaming men. Ruby Doll says, I agree 100 watts. She also says, you already lost with that mentality. Might win some, but you just lost one. But when they got the surgery, they say they do it for themselves. This is all cap. Damn. All due respect, all women do not think this way. That doesn't matter, Watch. They worry about the wrong shit. Dudes are not doing that. Ruby Doe says a real man would not be intimidated. That's right. She won't cook and clean for him, but will get a BBL because he said he likes it. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I said earlier, basically.
Because now
Parker
she's about
says,
to move on.
There's a difference between a woman who may or may not please their man and wants to. Shake my head. Okay. Yella says,
Did you
they
think
do this
you
to
said
please
that and that
themselves.
shit went under the rug, but it's okay.
They do it to please themselves. They do it for attention. Ruby Doll says women who think that they really women who think that way really don't understand the nature of either women or men. When women get BBLs and chest done, they also want validation of men and competing with other women. Ooh. Oh Lord.
We are competing with other women, so we can get good quality.
Super HB
Yeah.
Superb says Team Treadmill. I don't know who need to get on the treadmill. But
I
whatever.
laughed when I saw that. I don't know who that was.
Yella said right race regular dudes ain't even having these combos because it's top percent men opinion they care about. Okay, Mark is the same as Polly is capping. Okay. Salute. He also said the same way women fall for what they hear. Okay. Salute to Braxton the Snake Fiend. Salute. Rest in peace to the goalpost. Goalpost is now gone. You know what I mean?
2024.
Ruby Doe said trolling would make sense. Couldn't cause shit wasn't adding up. Okay. Can't even troll with the truth. L women on this panel. LOL. So the women taking a loss on this panel. Okay. That's what y'all believe? Okay. And then Braxton is confused. Okay, I got you, Braxton. I don't know what's going on, but I feel
She grabbed that goalpost and threw it into outer space, bro.
Look, all I'm saying, if I'm gonna lay next to you at night, and I'm gonna rub on that fupa, don't worry about when I'm talking shit to the homies. That's just me talking shit. I love
Okay.
you and your curves,
So you
girl.
faking it with the homies. You faking it with the homies. So you're that guy.
How is that
who's
faking it though?
How
Hey,
is
Miss
that
Polly,
faking
come
it?
on.
You was gonna rub
Why
on it.
you putting such
Oh
a
my
negative spin
God.
on it? That's crazy. Hey, I am. Do you believe that too?
Do I believe what?
What Miss Polly just said?
That's what he just said. She basically reiterated what he said. He said
No, but he said that he's lying to his homies though.
that's what he said. He said, just know
He didn't say he was lying to his homies. He said he was shooting the shit with his homies. He didn't say he was lying to them.
Okay,
you know
Exactly.
what? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try
Hey,
to
you guys
Miss
are
Polly.
listening to what y'all
and
want to
tell her
listen
that,
to.
ooh, girl,
Hold up.
I like that 12-inch. I love that 12-inch. Ooh,
And
can't get
sometimes
enough
you're
of
gonna
that.
say like that
I'm
8-inch.
I'm
But
just
that's not
shooting
the
the
same.
shit, babe.
But
Yours
that's
is
not the
just
same. But that's not
fine.
the same though. That's the. But what I'm saying, what I'm talking about, is the same as you being with your homegirls and playing murder. What is it? Murder, kill. I mean, murder, marry, fuck,
What's that?
kill, murder, marry, whatever that is. The same.
Oh
Like y'all,
Lord.
y'all might sit around it. Y'all sit around as girls and y'all name 3 famous ass nigga.
Mary Smash Kill.
Jonathan Majors, Michael B. Jordan, and Talib Kweli. Y'all name 3 niggas, and then y'all will say who you fucking, who you married, shit like that.
Damn, watch, why ain't name me,
It's the
dog?
same thing. It's the same thing. Me talking shit with the homies, like it's the same thing.
Oh,
I would marry
yeah.
Michael Jordan.
So
And
when you shoot the shit,
Yo,
you also
it's-
talk about the 12 girls you did knock down. They got the same body type that you were in love with.
Single one, how you gonna marry
See,
Michael B.
this grown
Jordan?
ass woman gonna act like she ain't had no dick conversation with her grown ass friend. Don't
Mm-hmm.
do that.
Yeah,
Hey, I like how you do
Don't
that
do
point
that.
thing
said
though
I
to the
took
square.
that
I like
deep.
how you do
That's
that.
what I deeply said, and I meant that. I didn't say it as a joke.
I know you mean it.
I don't know when we started playing games that wasn't true. That sounded silly.
You being
Really?
I
disingenuous,
like
Polly.
thick
You being
thighs. I like a
disingenuous.
man with thick thighs. I like a man who can take me down. I like a man who can talk to me dirty. Now all of a sudden, when my man comes
That's a
over,
lot of women.
baby,
A lot of
you
women
gotta
like
talk
that.
dirty to me. That was just pillow talk.
5 million an
All
hour.
right. If you heard your woman say that, then talk dirty to her. Whisper in the ear a little bit.
Exactly. So if you heard your man say
whisper in the
that,
ear a
he
little
like
bit.
big ass, get big ass.
But
No. Yo, you're going
we're
to the
talking about
extreme.
a physical, you taking crazy shit. Like you are.
What the hell
Oh,
happened
we're
to
going
Miss
too
Polly,
far.
man?
Miss
How many
Polly.
This shit is
So,
crazy.
Miss Polly. So if you want to do
Yeah.
crack and cocaine, we should go do crack and cocaine?
If you want to do crack and cocaine,
If you want to do it in the bedroom, would you do that?
okay, wait. I need more reference. before I answer this question.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay, wait. Okay, because I'm not going to admit to doing narcotics because I don't do that.
Hypothetically.
In my name, okay, well I'm not going to do. But if okay, now a
Oh
lot of
no,
women out
no,
here
no! I
do
don't do that.
I don't do that. But if a man was sitting with me and my whole man was like, "Baby, let me snort something off them titties," okay, right?
That's our girl. But if you gentlemen are in a relationship, if you gentlemen are in a relationship though, please know, and I just posted about this, it's important to affirm your woman physically, her physical body. It's important to do that on a regular and consistent basis. And it's also important to limit affirming other women in front of her, because she clocks every instance of that, and it will affect her, especially if she loves you. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's rule number 1 though. If you over there kind of doing all that type of shit, man, yeah, that's foul. But look,
That's why you get 2 phones.
Can I put something out there though, real quick? Is like I noticed though when I because like I'm like really affectionate with my woman, right? Like I'm the type like if we're out and about or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem. I'm not trying to put on a show or nothing or be, out of pocket, but I don't have no problem, touching my woman and shit like that, especially if she, she's comfortable and allows it, you know what I'm saying? I caress my woman and shit. But also I don't have a problem, when she looks good, you know what I'm saying? Like I'll be looking at it like, God damn, you feel me? Like you looking gooder than a motherfucker. And I noticed though, she would damn near feel like, damn, why do you look at me like that though? Like, nigga, you look good. Like, what the fuck is you? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that can almost kind of kick you in the ass because now they think that you looking at them like they just a piece of meat all the time or some shit.
No, that's false. That's like when we say, boy, you crazy. We're not saying you're a crazy person and you need mental health. It's just, it's just a little pushback. She likes it. Trust me. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
And that's what I'm saying.
No,
And
I
that's
didn't
what I'm
get that
saying.
vibe like that.
Hey,
though.
we're damned if we do. We're damned if we don't.
Right.
Affirm your woman, man. Trust me.
Oh God. Oh God. All I'm trying to say is that if you consistently hear your woman talking about something on you, and you could be different. Oh, babe, his arms are,
I shouldn't even be in the space of her talking with her partners like that. So you know what I mean? That ain't even gonna happen.
Wow.
She gonna, I ain't even gonna be around her and her friends talking like that. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
I say if you overheard. Okay, so if she left,
how am I gonna overhear it?
Her, listen, y'all. Wow, y'all know if you overheard her say something about, I just love men with big shoulders. Y'all wouldn't feel like, my shoulders ain't big.
No, I can't shit. She probably do.
Yeah, like a nigga like me, I'd probably make a joke out of it. Like if I overheard you, like let's say you was at dinner with your homegirls and I came to pick you up and I walked up to the table and I heard y'all having a wild ass conversation. I mean, shit, when we get in the car, I might make a joke of, damn, y'all just wilding, so you don't give a fuck about me. I guess I ain't big enough for you. I might make a joke out of it so we can get the fuck past it. Because I'm not gonna act like I didn't hear the shit. Let's acknowledge the shit.
Well, get the fuck past it if it don't matter.
Hello, Miss Polly. How you doing, Polly?
Because I heard you say some shit. You were describing something that wasn't me.
Beatboxing. You beatboxing.
I'm saying because you gotta at least know that I ain't. Hey, I don't know what the fuck y'all had going on, but this ain't that. I am him. We still gonna have that conversation. I know y'all was playing this shit, but I'm still your man. God damn it.
No, what I'm saying is, if
you
I'm
said
just
why we gonna talk about it if it don't matter?
That's meaningless. Why does it matter? If I'm
because
talking about
it would matter
a guy's shoulders,
it matters to me. It matters to me because I know it would matter to you if you heard me say the same thing you said.
Oh, so now you're basically saying what I just said this whole time, which is that's why women go out.
So I understand your woman brain is gonna turn some shit into some shit. So because I know your woman brain gonna turn some shit into some shit, let's talk about it. Because if you heard me say something if you came to pick me up from dinner and you heard me say something with my homies, you're not about to just let it slide. We gonna talk about this the whole ride home, and probably when we get in the house.
Yeah,
I know that's gonna happen when you hear that.
Right.
So because that is the case, we gonna keep the energy the same. I heard you say some shit that I know would bug you if you heard it came from me. So we gonna keep the energy the same. Let's talk about it. Okay, you was joking. I'm still that nigga. All right, what we having for dinner tonight? You already ate? Well, I'm eating McDonald's. I'm going to bed after I'm done playing 2K. Like that's
how men would react to that. How women react to that is going to Colombia.
Okay, not every woman that hears that is gonna take a flight. That's crazy.
She's gonna throw herself on the couch again.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna go to Riggs and I'm going to my man Ruthless Truth after that. Riggs, go ahead.
Ruthless Truth up in this mother. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna put it like this, Miss Polly, with the question that you kind of keep putting out there with say we like something, and then the woman you say, hey, we going to Colombia because I know that's what my man like, right? Whatever. Okay, well let's put it to you this way. So you said, what if I overhear you saying you like 12 inches or whatnot? You want a horse in that motherfucker, whatever, right? I myself, I would just kind of be like, well, shit, that's what's up. I ain't gonna trip because I know when we be in the bedroom, you still be climbing the walls, wetting the bed, doing all the other shit, shaking and shit. So like, I'm not gonna really be worried about it. Now, if I personally wanted to change what I got going, then I would go down there and fucking change it. But that would be because I want to do it. And that's why I say when women do that shit, to me, that's more them wanting to do that more than the man pushing them to do that. Because
Okay,
a
so
woman,
what if you weren't making her climb the walls? What if she wasn't climbing the walls? What if she was very quiet?
because
and
I'm
you
in the
stroked her
bedroom, so I
down?
know what she's doing in the bedroom. Is probably
Because
we
they
gonna
gotta
cut the
climb
That's
that
what I'm
bullshit.
tree.
asking. What if you were that guy? I'm not saying it's you personally, dear. I'm sure
Right,
you're
right. I hear
slapping
you.
down 12 everywhere you go. But at the
No.
end of the day, what if there was a person who was like their woman was not making all the moaning noises? She wasn't doing all that.
Well, then
And
I think that
they
would be
heard her
really like
say
what
this.
Watts was
And
coming,
what?
but what Watts was saying, then that'd be really disrespectful because you know how to watch your mouth. And like I said, I really wouldn't be around my woman when she's talking with her friends, and I'm damn near sure she wouldn't be around
Okay.
me when I'm talking with mine. You know what I'm saying? So you always got to have that respect because I've said this plenty of times. I know how my woman was. You feel me? And I happen to have really pretty female friends. And what I did was, and 84 heard me, and he kind of was against me for it when I said it the first time. I let a lot of my female friends go. You know what I'm saying? And when I say I let them go, is I maybe would see them, maybe couple days out the week or something. You know what I mean? That shit was out. You know what I'm saying? I got a woman now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be around like I used to. You know what I mean? My time's gonna be with my woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I just dissed them and we didn't have no conversation, but as in, just being around them or whatever, like I used to, I cut that shit because I didn't want my woman to feel a certain way. You see what I'm saying? So I knew how to fucking, to basically, I read the room with her, you know what I'm saying? So I knew how she was and I accommodated her, you know what I'm saying, with that because I liked her. I was feeling her, you know what I'm saying? And what are these fucking female friends doing if I know they're going to cause a problem? You know what I mean? It ain't worth it. You know what I'm saying? So I weigh that shit out.
And
So that's all.
Riggs, for the record, I'm back on your side, brother. It's cold outside. Back on your side. It's cold outside. Now in 3 months we wilding though. In 3 months we wilding, so get ready. We wild. We back outside, dog. I'm back on my bullshit in 3 months. You know what I'm saying? Salute the twin. I see you in the building. What's going on? What's going on? Ruthless
Yeah,
Truth,
salute
what's good,
to Quantum, man.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that sounds ridiculous. That
Oh gosh. No matter what we say, she on us
No,
today.
not what Slap said. Not what Slap said. So I get what you're saying. That you would be mindful, right, of not putting yourself in a situation where she would overreact. Most men are very mindful of what they say around the women. They're very mindful of what they do because they know that women are paying attention and listening half the time when they start talking out of pocket anyway. So I'm not saying that. But when you're saying if you're dating someone, right, and every time you get upset or whatever, you run to the arms of Big Booty Judy, you are then instilling in me that is what you like. Every time we go out to dance, I'm like, oh, baby, it doesn't matter to me. If you go dance with some girls, it's cool. It may not be cool with me. And I see the first bitch you go to.
Yeah, that's a whole different scenario, though. That's what they saying. What they talking about? You moving the goalpost. So now that depends on what kind of man you got and what you dealing with.
Okay.
If you get into an argument, that man, I feel you.
Okay, listen, I understand that most men aren't running out here talking all this crazy stuff.
But you putting it out there like that's what you're saying, though. I'm just saying, though.
No, I never said all men. I've never said that.
Remember this, man. Remember this, man.
I don't like
what do you say? I am. What do you say? I am.
Women say one thing and do the other.
Hold on, let me go to
men do the
Truth,
same thing because you say you mind a regular nice
Oh,
girl,
my
and you go
Lord.
make it make sense.
I love it.
Hold on, y'all. Let me hear from Ruthless Truth, and then I'm gonna go to I Am. Go ahead, Ruthless Truth. And salute to my man Stan Joseph. Good morning, bro. What's going on?
Salute, Ruthless Truth.
Man?
What's up to the panel?
Hey, Ruthless.
I see Miss Polly up here capping and rapping, but it's all good. Right?
I try.
So here's the deal. This is why the fuck men are losing in these fucking war out here with these women, right? Because we trying to acquiesce to every fucking demand. And we still lose. She ended up divorcing us and leave us any motherfucking way. Because why? She's looking at her social media account. She's looking at her friends driving that new Benz. If you can't, listen, homie, the woman was made for the man, not the man for the woman. We kings. Doesn't matter our financial status. Doesn't matter how. If we that dude, she needs to treat us like that. We don't need to be sitting there trying to worry about and be mindful about how we talk. Most all women are wretched anyway, right? They love Megan Thee Stallion, right? She talking about what another nigga want, another nigga will, Shit, throw a motherfucker out the bedroom if you don't fuck her, right? So this is why I'm a little disappointed in my brothers, right? Because these women talking shit about us, right? You got Miss Polly up here talking about, yeah, nigga, you need to be mindful. You need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like, wait a minute, hold up, Miss Polly. Hold on. We the soldiers out here, right? When we come in there and lay it down on you in that bedroom, right? And whisper in your ear, right? And then we let you know we that dude. So one thing, two things can happen. You can keep it pushing, keep our line up and line right. And you need to be submissive in a way. I'm not saying that you need to jump off the building because I do, but you need to be respectful and mindful of that I'm the man of the house and that I'm now running the show. And you need to fall in line and fall back. Fall back, Miss Polly. So this is the thing, right? We gotta stop trying to please these women because look at the results. Look at the stats. They're leaving our black asses, right? Especially black women, right? They leave us more than anybody. They leave us more than anybody. But yet they always want to say, and they always got demands and standards and respect, equality, and all this other shit. But at the end of the day, we let this shit go down. We sit here and, I need to be mindful. Did I yell too loud? Did I talk too loud to you, baby? Did I grab you? No, look, come here, baby. Fucking hug me. Let's fucking do this. Look, go to this room, get naked, put that dress on I like. Yeah. Did you cook the biscuits for me in the morning? Yeah, make all that shit in the oven. Now let's go up in here, watch our Netflix. Before we do that, I'm finna wipe you out. I'm gonna wipe your motherfucking ass. I'll make your toe touch your back. And then, and then we're gonna come to agreement that okay, you the man, and then that's how we're gonna roll. I digress.
Miss Polly so out of pocket.
Wait. You right, Daddy. You got it. Put it on me. And I know what you really like is a girl with a double D. And I'm going to get that for you because I want to please you in every way.
You're going to get that because you want it.
No, I want to get
look
it.
How quick, look how fast you want to get it.
You keep looking at it on your XX videos.
That
you keep
shit
looking
crazy.
at it on your Bang Bros. And so what I'm going to do is please you, Daddy, and I'm going to get it done.
Yes. And you're gonna
look at your face expression too.
And you're gonna be cooperative. You're not gonna overtalk me.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely not. Anything you want, Daddy, I got you. Anything you want.
Yes. And then
that's what you're showing me you want. Let's do it.
Get you that Gucci purse, and you're just gonna be all smiles, and everything's gonna be good. As long as we can keep that.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna have a BBL, and I'm gonna make sure everybody know all this belongs to you.
You gotta get that approved by me. So
absolutely, because I know you want it, so I'll get it for you.
You want it, so you can get all the attention. That's why they get it. They want that attention.
Miss Polly. I was with you before the BBL, right? So I like you.
Whatever you want.
But they don't. That's what she ain't understanding, though. Ruthless truth.
Miss Polly, I like you just the way you are. I don't need no changes in you, but your personality. I need your attitude to be correct. That's what I need. Long as you BBL, if you're doing that for you. You do that for yourself, you're being selfish because I'm happy. That's the way they are.
If you like it how it is, it's going to stay the same.
Listen, if I didn't want you,
that's what he's telling you.
If I didn't want you, I wouldn't have even got at you. So what you changing shit for now? I picked you. I'm on you. The fuck you want to go get a BBL for?
Your reality. You every day. You at home and everything with me. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit. Miss Polly, cut it out, man.
Miss Polly.
Hey, wife school.
Now I'm in the streets running. I'm thinking about how I'm finna tear your ass up. Your scrumptious ass. Not going. So what the fuck you need to go to BBL for? What you need to go add more to what I already want? I already want you just for you. If I didn't want you, I'm gonna find something that's what you want to be.
I know.
That's right. Exactly.
Do you believe that I am? Do you believe that? Because it looks like the wife school believe that.
Wife School Podcast, what's going on?
No, I'm
gonna go to I am and then I'm gonna go to Wife School Podcast. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
Mr. Ruthless is telling the truth. We're busy thinking about what we want to do, what we think what a man wants, and we don't never listen to what he wants. And he just told you, like, don't get a BBL.
The crowd is going crazy right now. Stadiums up on their feet.
We do the exact opposite. Well, maybe I was listening to somebody today. It's like, well, maybe if we tell them to do the opposite, maybe they won't get the hair. Maybe they won't get the BBL. Tell them to go get the BBL. Maybe they won't get it. So this it sounds logical. But like, I found it funny that I did bring up the topic of submission one time to my cousin. She was like, you know what? I like your content, but that submission stuff, I don't like it. And I'm like, why not? It makes sense. I mean, you go to your job, you listen to your boss, you hate it, you go, you drag yourself every day, but you find the energy to do whatever they request. But at home, we don't put in that same energy for our men that love us and that are actually protecting and providing for us. And she said, well, I guess I understand, but I'll submit in that bed though. So why do we submit in the bed and say, yes, daddy, yes, it's yours, but we won't cooperate. We won't listen.
Ooh, wee. She done opened up the door 84.
Because the men, I mean, they want to be the man, but it's just not only in the bedroom. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're a representation of our man. They want to, be the man on the, in the streets, in the public. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
well, wife, I want you to answer this question because I know you came in late, so I'm gonna give you some of this good.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know, baby, because we're gonna get it to you right. Because I like your opinion. Okay, so we were saying what?
You see this shit, 84? Who is this man, Miss Polly? I swear.
We're trying to basically explain that not only women but men contribute to pushing up slut culture, okay? And the reason why we're saying that men are contributing, not saying they're the only factor, but they're contributing, is because women who are trying to be like that percentage that are being shown and uplifted for changing their bodies and modifying themselves, we want to go down that same road because we see that they're getting positive reinforcement from those things. And it's not only from women, it's from men also. So if I saw a woman getting positive attention from a man, I may consider modifying myself so I can maybe get a man like that they have, or attract a man like that. And that's why I may consider that one of my boobs is a C and the other one's an A. So I might want to go get that fixed because that's not attractive according to what's happening out here in media that's everywhere around me.
Okay.
So that's what I was saying.
I mean, definitely men contribute, but they're contributing in a way because they're men and they admire the female body, not necessarily, like you said, positive attention. Not all attention is positive. It's just attention. So the fact that he's like, oh, he's just liking, but that doesn't mean like he's trying to get with her, be in her bed, or that he just is admiring her body. Like a girl would admire a man that looks good. Oh, Morris Chestnut. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but you're not trying to get with Morris Chestnut. You're just saying that while he looks good in that picture or whatever. Some women do have nice bodies. Sometimes they do modify it. I know the Latino culture, they heavily are into surgical bodies, but they're not, as a culture, they're not overweight trying to staple themselves together to look a certain way. Now it looks unnatural. You know what I'm saying? So people do things and tweak things that, make them do look good and give them an advantage. I'm not against that. But as far as, blaming the attention that men are giving is an excuse for you, not to be your best self. Like me,
we're not saying people who want to go overweight. That's what we're not saying. We're saying if your man's at home with you,
because it's not only BBL, people getting liposuction. Women are dying to get these results when they can just literally go down the street, get a trainer. That $10,000, that $5,000 you're spending on somebody sticking a cannula in your skin, you can give that to a man and a woman that's certified to get you in the best version of yourself, which a man will appreciate just as much and want to wife up, actually, more than those Instagram models that are out there with the fake
second part. I want you to answer the second part. If you were in a relationship with someone and you overhear them consistently here and there talking about, I love big booties, or, she's got a big butt. You hear that kind of constantly through over time. Do you think that would make you think that they desire that and maybe that's something that you should change or try to work on, even if it's through exercise, that you would try to modify so that they could enjoy seeing you a little bit more? Not that they don't enjoy you.
I mean, not that they don't enjoy me, but if knowing what I know now and knowing the importance of competing, or that I can obtain things, I would probably try to achieve that look naturally,
aesthetic look that they desire. Exactly.
What's wrong with that? Because a lot of other
you
women,
are just so sexy you don't even know it. That's why.
No, saying like a lot of the white women, they knew that they girls have the big butts. What they do, I see a lot of them in the gym. They may not be working on any other thing, but they working on them butt routines. They working on them glutes. They working on them hams, and of course, it's going to.
They're modifying their body to suit their partners.
Wrong with that, because they want a partner, they want to keep their partner, they want to please their partner, but we expect, our partner to do these other things for us, to give us their money, their time, their attention, their whatever. So if I can get in the gym and perk up my booty so it sit up a little bit, so then what's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
There's no point. But if this is your man, that's not a problem.
Exactly. That's what we've been saying.
But I'm not.
You have it. You have it.
I'm calling Cap. I'm gonna call Cap on this one.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stan.
I'm calling Cap. Ladies, y'all don't do this for us. Y'all do this. Y'all in competition with us.
Cap. Exactly.
Y'all never care about what us men want. Mm-hmm. I won't call it Cap, because I can look at every woman and I'm attracted to every woman body type. I got this thing called testosterone.
Right.
There are sometimes where woman good to go. I look at a woman, doesn't matter, she could be 300 pounds, and I'm just like, you know what? She smells good. I'm ready to hit this. No. Testosterone just doesn't matter.
Your mic is going out, but you make a great point, and I tell women all the time that men are attracted to women. Men are attracted to women. Right. So you could be his quote unquote type. He'll still be attracted to another woman that doesn't fit that type. And a lot of women, especially wives, if their husbands step out, they're like, with her? Like, how could it be, someone who looks like this? And, men are just attracted to women.
All right, look, I'm going to just be honest, right? So from the age of like 18 to about like 34, 35, like we savages, like I'm not going to lie to y'all. All right, we just, okay. I can't really explain nothing else. That's all I can say. We just savages. So we running, we just savages, man. The game is to be sold, not to be told. I'm not going to say nothing else. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I want you all to know, especially Marcus, that Bryce here just said it. She just said it. She said it. We will modify ourselves to appease our husbands.
Okay.
And our lovers.
If maybe the intention, it shouldn't be directed mainly for him. Maybe it should be for yourself too, because you want to look good for yourself. So always factor that in there, because if anything that's going to help you make you be better, a better person, like self-development, personal development, studying, getting in the gym, if those improve you, you are actually doing those things for yourself. And as a byproduct, if your man is a benefit of it, that's awesome.
But wife.
So let's just recap what she said, especially for slaps. Let's just recap it.
Wait.
It is not a bad thing to modify yourself for the pleasure of your partner.
But y'all don't do it for your partner. Y'all doing it for other women. Y'all
look at
for yourself
women. Too.
But y'all
trying to be the best you.
No. Y'all already knew how to pull up your booty. Go ahead and put on some heels. Get some jeans. Y'all already know that trick. Y'all put your booties. Y'all want to pick up your booties. Y'all already wear heels. That's one trick. Y'all do a lot of stuff, shortcuts. Y'all don't want to work. Y'all do a lot of shortcuts.
That is true.
And y'all don't want to work. And that's okay.
I want to do shortcuts. No more. I just want to get surgery.
That is true.
No, the surgery part. Here's something about the surgery which nobody tells people the truth about BBLs. You don't stop at one. That's number one. Number two, your BBLs do dissolve because your body metabolizes that fat because it's not supposed to be there. Number three, who gonna pay for these BBLs? Oh, my bad. You got
sugar daddies and husbands.
There you go. And there you go.
Sugar daddies and husbands. I love looking at it.
Y'all ain't got no husbands. Y'all got sugar daddy. Husbands ain't trying to marry that. Y'all got sugar
Stan,
daddies.
you are just
sugar
kicking
daddies
ass
and
right now.
husbands. Sugar daddies and husbands. Wait. I lied.
Married
girl
women
from Target who just worked overtime.
Look,
but I don't see no man.
Let me name all the women with BBLs that have husbands. Let's name women with BBLs who have rich husbands. It's a long list.
You can't have a rich. Look, when you take these trips and you see these so-called doctors overseas in these clinics, because in America this ban is dangerous. There's a reason why.
It's extremely dangerous. It's
You're
like
going overseas to do these operations and procedures, not for us men. Men, we can sleep from olive oil, all the way straight to Miss Piggy, Henrietta Hippo, to Dumbo, and to a well. That is us men. They just keep it real. That's why a lot of women in all shapes and sizes are making bank on OnlyFans. Y'all, and they're not,
can I ask you women a question?
Sure.
So just how y'all saying, oh, if he say he like, the big double D's and the big butt or whatever, I'm gonna go and make it happen. So what if you guys had a man, right? That every time y'all was out and you may say something like, oh, that's a good looking man. He's whoop-de-whoop. He's 6 feet tall. And this dude may be 5'9". He's like, well, shit, man, I'm going to go ahead and get that knee surgery. And then y'all out somewhere.
I still can't believe after 2.5 hours, Miss Polly is still capping and still full of shit.
And then y'all somewhere else.
Do one thing
you
and
make
say
a compliment about another man. And then your man say, oh, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get that surgery, man, and get the whoop-de-whoop. How would you feel if you had a man that every time you made a little comment or whatever, and he went ahead to go hit a surgery? What would you think?
You think he was doing it? Would you think he would, baby? All the things you want to do because I'm your supporter. And I care about you every day.
Let me remind you guys, she's the same one who said that if her guy wanted to sniff cocaine and crack off her breasts, she would allow that stuff.
Yeah, she would allow it.
Absolutely.
She's a grown woman.
Put those away. Put those away. Kids are watching.
I know. I think it's not cool. I think, by basically it's kind of being rude and like basically you drove your man to have a complex. First of all, that's not cool. And just for him to change himself to please you, that's really not a good thing. So like I do understand the men when they just rather prefer the woman just be herself. We mainly honestly do those things because we feel insecure compared to other women, thinking that in our crazy woman brain that I heard somebody mention, that's what men want. But actually, like, men just admire women. They're just attracted to women. They're just doing their biological thing, not necessarily saying that he has to change. Because when we do those things, we are hearing more men often than not saying, like, we don't want the weeds, we don't want the lashes, we don't want the claws, we don't want the BBLs, we just want a natural woman. You know what I'm saying?
Watch podcast. I got a question for you. Could it be right for us as men? The reason we want those things is because for ourselves we have to work for our own stuff. That's why our self-esteem is intact. Is intact is because we work for it. We have to go get the job. If we're not taller,
work hard,
we
play
have to
hard.
Work out, right? If you don't have this, we have to compensate some other way and just work on it.
And you have to work hard too to make them payments for that BBL.
Yeah, you want to make the easy way though. You want to get a cheat code. You want to get that surgery just to get out of the way because you want to inject jet fuel in your back part. That's it. But if you know that women pass away, do you know why there's an issue with that and why it's banned over here, but yet they want to go over there? And then women have a fatality rate because there's a scientific component. These are chemical compounds that cannot be taken at high elevation. So there's a reason why.
Right. If we did talk about the Latin culture, and there's different parts of Latin culture that does this regularly, but understand why they're doing it regularly. They're doing it for the sex trade that takes place in that country. They're not doing it just to do it.
Oh, so once again, another legit reason to modify your body.
But there's also doing prostitution. Some people are vain. Some people, like, that's why you see the really extreme cases, because they just have a dysmorphia about themselves, that they're unsatisfied. Sometimes it's not about, oh, I gotta modify myself. Like, they just really have a mental issue and a mental problem that they're just not good enough, or there's just something that's lacking in them that they have to get. And now they look like a freaking clown.
But that sounds like personal choice too, though, right?
Yeah, you can't blame that on men. You can't blame that on us guys. There's not a guy's stuff. Because again, men, we got testosterone. You could be olive oil, Betty Boop. We gonna look at you.
Well, why does your man keep fucking all the big booty bitches on the street?
Even the flat ones.
Is there some stories you want to share with us, Miss Polly?
No, Miss Polly, she's talking like
issues, Miss Polly?
That sounds like some
personal problems. That sounds like some personal problems.
Let me tell you something.
You've been hanging out with the big booty cosplay chicks, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a big crush on Miss Flatback herself. I got a big crush on Flatback Tay Tay, also known as Taylor Swift. I love me some Flatback Taylor Swift. So the flat booties can get it.
Look, no man here.
I'm gonna tell you this: no man ever turned down Little Debbie cakes.
That's so funny. But men have another component to this that they don't want to cop to, which is basically that there's a fear of if a woman enhances herself and looks better, then she has the opportunity to level up to other more viable partners that may have more to offer her. And men don't really like that either. So they can say, "Oh, I love
that goes for you guys doing it for yourselves, like you said. Get a better man. Put a better value on your exactly."
And the woman forgot where she came from.
Wait.
And the woman forgot where she came from.
Y'all are doing it.
You fucked up now. You just said.
Here we go. Personal trauma. Here we go. Personal trauma.
My ass bigger and get a better nigga.
Because that's what she just said. Go throw yourself on the couch again.
To me.
No, throw yourself on the couch again. That's what she just said. I just repeated what she said.
You suck, and I want something better because your 5 inches isn't giving me 12.
It sounds like you forgot where you came from.
She said that, Miss Polly. I just repeated what she said.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Wife's gonna back me up on this.
Hold on, Stanley.
I'm gonna be real cool. I'm gonna be really quick. It's gonna be really quick.
I'm almost done.
Don't tell me things are quick. I like it long.
So I'm gonna say this.
Oh shit!
Not like your surgery. Not like your surgery.
A woman could be smashed.
Congratulations, Miss Polly. You did it.
Hold on, y'all. Let me say this. Let me get this off, please. Let's not joke with her, because she really doesn't understand she's a problem. So here's the problem. Yeah, a woman can get smashed. Yeah, she can get enhancement and dudes might smash her, but to get wifed up and be respected and be loved is the ultimate goal most women want. That comes with personality development.
Don't you know Ruthless Truth? She don't want to hear it.
Your man, that's become respecting your man. That becomes how you carry yourself in a more psychological fashion. Men are very much attracted to the psychological part of women. Yeah, we like the body. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, we like it, but once we meet you and have the conversation with you, we are evaluating every fucking word that come out your mouth. And if you talking like you just this for the streets and you just want to be all about you, yeah, we're just gonna smash you, keep moving. But now if you come with a presence that we can look to build with you and that we can build this life with you, then this is what we desire. This is why a lot of men cut off a lot of women and be with this one woman, right? And here's the problem. Women, once they get in a relationship with these men, they think that their bodies and their looks can always manage the problems. But instead of working on their self and being a better woman for their man psychologically, they think the physical is good enough. And this is not true.
Ruthless, can I help you? You're a man of a different cloth because you're at a part in your life where you value something other than their body more than their looks. but you've knocked down
Oh
and
my
smashed down
lord.
bitches
No,
like
no.
they was worthless.
Now,
And you like what you
Ruthless.
saw.
Yeah, but you still have to
Understand, like his name is
strengthen
Ruthless for a
yourself and work for
reason.
yourself, and not just let anybody knock you up.
but see, here's the
That's
deal.
right. But
This was
Ruthless has
Polly.
had his share of I just like the way you look,
Miss
and
Polly.
that's it.
Miss Polly.
Yeah,
Even when I was younger, Miss Polly, even when I was younger, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to find my way, what kind of woman I like, what kind of, there's certain women, right, that I got in relationships with, though, and that I
Right.
spent a great amount of more time than any other woman out there, right? Because our
Can I ask
compatibility,
you a question though?
our
Those
compatibility.
women that you wiped up or you got with, did you cheat on them with women who you didn't want to be with?
Not about relationship.
Angry man, come on. Come
I went
on.
to prison, right?
Come
But
on, Angry man, come on.
so, Miss Polly, let me
Is
answer
this Miss Polly's manifesto or some shit?
Miss Polly, let me tell you something, right?
Yes, dear.
Women never left me because I was with other women, right? Because women
Yeah,
who
they're not gonna leave you because you're wonderful.
listen, Miss Polly, women who truly rock with you, because they know women know most men gonna get multiple women. They know this. This is why a lot of women chase athletes, right? A lot of women chase athletes, right? A lot of women chase guys who fuck a lot of women, right? They don't chase the guy who get no pussy. So that's not even a problem, right? The problem is once the commitment comes, right? Once the dreams start happening, and then this guy says, okay, I'm gonna make this sacrifice. And the woman says, okay, I'm gonna make the sacrifice with you. But then when we get into the long term of this, building this great relationship, now the woman typically likes to make it all about her. And she doesn't reciprocate the same sentiments this man who's providing, who's put his life in your presence. She wants to be making about her and argue about a lot of different things. So this is why women are total failures and they're quitters, because they really pretend they want these things, but ultimately they leave it because they think they can always be better than what they truly got, and they don't appreciate the very man that's cool for them.
Well, I understand. I mean, that's a different topic. My topic is basically saying, would you as a man cheat on a woman that you've committed yourself to, regardless if it's a short-term relationship? Yes or no? Would you still cheat?
That's not cheating.
Listen.
So it's not cheating to go screw somebody?
Listen, cheating.
My heart's not in it.
Elementary term, right? We use
My heart's not in it. It's not cheating.
Right, Miss Polly? That's an elementary
I'm
term.
sorry, say it again, Rufus. Say it again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Cheating is an elementary term we use to compete for a relationship. Okay, who gonna mess up on who first? Oh, what is that? Right? When we know nobody's perfect, right? Women lust after different men lust after different women. Now, who get caught.
Okay, so I can't cheat. So if I'm with you and I just go bang somebody else,
No, when you cheat, you trying to kill us. There's a difference. Women cheat, they're trying to kill the man that loves them. That's what y'all do.
Everybody pause for a second. Everybody pause. This is an open panel. Angry man, if you want to come up, the link is in the chat. Definitely come up and share your perspective, brother. We would love to have you up. Go ahead, Stan.
Oh my God! If Angry Man come on here, I'm gonna pass out. That's my role model. I love Angry Man. He's a Sigma. Don't talk about that.
Oh my God.
King Sigma, come on in.
Not this again.
No,
We went through this with you before with Sir Hell Speaks. Please don't start fanning out. Please.
You went against Sir Hale.
Hey, I love
2024.
His book.
Don't go against Sir Hale now.
I love Sir Hale myself. I love him, and I love
very nice.
And Angry Man, I'll put my face on Angry Man. Come on.
I am probably took an L. I am probably took an L too.
Oh my God. Stan is fanning out again.
Women need to stop getting BBL, stop getting lashes, and start getting checks.
We were. That was going to have to go back.
Work on your attitudes.
Hey, there he is, Stan. There he is, Stan.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
There he is.
Pause. Listen, pause, everybody. All right, everybody, chill. Look, man, I respect what respect is due because Angry Man definitely is a goat in this motherfucking YouTube space. I respect the grind. I respect the work. Salute to you, King. You know what I'm saying? We definitely want to hear perspective. Nobody say nothing. Let me let him rock.
So first of all, no, don't go nowhere, Miss Polly. Come on back with all that capping, right? So, Miss Polly, if you had one of those big old booties, you would be displaying it the same way you displaying them sweater puppets. So stop it. Cut it out. And you know brothers love the yams. You know that. But brothers do care about a woman's mentality. Okay? They don't just think like they might care about the looks at first. But I say about 3 months into that relationship, they not thinking about the looks as much as they thinking about the mentality, because at that point they done heard you fart. At that point they done seen the
woke up with a non-filtered face.
Yeah, they done seen the undercover Danny Glover when you came out the bathroom looking like a construction worker. They done seen all of it. You feel what I'm saying? So at that point, it's like, okay, I'm rocking with her, and I done seen her uncut and raw, but at that point, they then start to like you based upon your personality and not just your looks. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that. That wasn't the question, sir. I was just trying to help these gentlemen understand that if your man is constantly maybe not saying it to your face, but you overhear him here and there. You scrolled on his XX video a couple of times, and you see that there is some lovely lady out here with some delightful yams, and you're like, dang, I'm lacking a little in that area, but I love him and I'll do anything for him. And I want him to enjoy being with me. And I think that would spice this up. Maybe I could consider doing that. That is something I could consider doing.
Hit the gym.
But you didn't ask him.
He said hit the gym. I said modification. Doesn't matter how the modification takes place.
But you didn't ask
the gym. That's fine.
It says something about cutting corners, though.
we go again.
Because even if I go to the gym, I'm modifying myself based on what my man likes.
No. Wait. No. If you go get a BBL, you're modifying yourself. If you go to the gym, you're enhancing yourself. There's a difference.
Big difference.
The gym part is healthy. The BBL is not.
I'll give you that's the healthier choice, but a lot of women, like you said, they do want shortcuts. I will agree. But if it's easier for me to just put up my
it shows your mentality
money and get, but that's not what our question is. Not is mentality in the right place. Our question is it wrong
Marcus,
for a woman
MC Hammer,
to
don't
think
hurt him, man.
that she should
Don't
do
hurt
that
him.
for her man? That's the question. Should it be wrong for a woman to think I should modify myself for my man that I love and want to please?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it's wrong. And I'm going to tell you why it's wrong, right? It's wrong because, number one, no man that's worth his damn salt is going to ask you to risk your life just to look a certain way. That's not cool. Like the BBL thing is really dangerous. Because what people don't realize about BBL, they're basically taking fat from one area and transferring it to the other area. But what you got to realize about fat cells is they are living cells. And when you remove those cells from one place and put them in another, those cells can die. And then you're going to and then on top of that, there's situations where your body can reject it because the body is smart enough to know that those cells don't belong where they're at. Right. So it's a dangerous thing. Look, it's just like Chris Rock said. He said, when you love somebody, you got to love the grit of a motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? You got to love you got to love the woman, even, when they lift up their arm to get rid of the hair and they got the little dark spot right there. Like you got to love that shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Wow. Can I ask, okay, say if, like Miss Polly, right? She just can't get it out of her female brain that because of what I overheard, what you said about yams, right? Do you guys do you get to a point where you're just sick of hearing her saying like, I want to do this, babe, what do you think about these pants, maybe I should get this and get this? Do you guys give into the fact that she wants to do it just so that she would shut up? Are there those cases? Because like I look back at the comedian TC, right? His girl would be adamant about getting the BBL. He says that you shouldn't do it, you look good the way you are. So she went and got the BBL, and then shortly after, a couple of days, she passed from getting that procedure. So, you know, like, I wonder if, you know, sometimes the women, because we do nag, do men get to the point where they're just like, go ahead, do it fine, just so that she'll be quiet. You know, like, is there any instances that you guys get to that point?
I mean, some men will, because they don't want to hear it anymore, you know, but I think it just depends on the guy's resolve. You know, are you that type of guy? Because you have some guys in this day and age, they're not going to put their foot down because putting their foot down is considered being toxic or considered oppressive or whatever. But then you got other guys that's like, no, don't do that. We're not doing that. If you do that, I'm leaving.
But should men be responsible for mixed messages where their actions might defy what they're saying to their women that they want? Should they be responsible and held accountable for mixed messages?
Like what mixed message? Give me the example.
Well, what we've been discussing is men tipping strippers, liking Instagram photos, buying sex workers that have this kind of body type, but then saying that they want their woman to be natural. Is that a mixed message? If you support one thing,
how do you know he's buying sex workers?
Well, that's what we were kind of just discussing. We could use the other examples of liking Instagram photos, maybe having an OnlyFans subscription to a model that has had that kind of work done, etc.
Okay, but what is having an Instagram account or watching X-rated movies or liking photos have to do with your relationship?
Basically saying, like, I understand, like, if you're seeing someone indulge in something to that extent where it's starting to make you question, like, why are they enjoying it that much? You could be that special person that they say, oh, you know what, you're different and I just enjoy you. That's great. But at the end of the day, I keep seeing that you keep liking something else and I just want to be there to please my man. So I'm asking you, why is it wrong for me to think or consider changing something about myself? It could be simple as just my hair. Because I see that you really like girls with curly hair. You like to grab their hair. You're always looking at this kind of person. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I could change some of that so you would like it a little bit more. I want you to be into me like you're into them. And I think that's where it's mixed signals.
But that's not your, but one, that's your self-esteem, not his. That's your mental issue that you're going through. Number two, he's not into them the way he's into you. Y'all live together. Them other chicks ain't with him. He ain't spending money on them other chicks. He ain't taking them other chicks out to dinner. He ain't buy them other chicks jewelry. He ain't with those chicks on Valentine's Day. That's two separate things. If me and you in a relationship and we're sitting there watching TV and you just happen to be watching a Tyler Perry movie and fucking Shamar Moore comes up there all oiled up with a six-pack, I'm not about to go out and start doing steroids because you thought he was sexy with that six-pack. You gonna deal with this dad body.
But men aren't valued based on their looks the way women are. So it's kind of not the same comparison. But okay, I think
I'll give you a better one. Then. You're right. You're absolutely right. We're compared differently. If a woman is watching TV and she see a rich dude up there take his wife out on a yacht, I'm not about to go rob no bank so we can get a yacht.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I have seen men do things like, oh, well, you know what? I feel like I'm never going to hit that standard for you. And then they feel like they're inadequate because they're not reaching a goal that you keep saying. If you keep talking about how much you want to go on these trips and stuff and they're not contributing, then they think they're not hitting that level of adequacy with you. That's not saying all men. There are some men who are very confident in themselves, but we're talking about in mass. And I'm talking about the masses out here. There's a lot of men who, if you did tell them that their bat wasn't up to bat properly, or you mentioned it, or they overheard you, that they would be like, damn, like, I'm not doing my job then, maybe. And they would consider a thought in their head might come. It might come. That thought.
But what you're talking about, you know, and I get that's the conversation, but what you're talking about is you're talking about people that aren't mature. You're talking about people that's not comfortable in their skin.
Absolutely.
Because
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but look, here's the thing, right? So, Miss Polly,
yes,
you would be considered BBW, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, here's the thing. You could be in a relationship with a guy that loves BBWs. He loves the fact that you thick, you got the yams and all of that. Now, if he sees a woman on TV that's not a BBW, she's slim, it doesn't mean because he finds that woman attractive that he no longer finds you attractive. It doesn't mean just because he finds her attractive, you now have to try to model what she is. That's not the way, speaking from a guy's perspective, that's not the way us guys operate. We don't think like that. Men have the ability to like a variety of things or to have a variety of preferences. But when it comes to what we want in our life, it's okay, yeah, I like the yams and she's thick and I love that, but I also love the lips. I also love the eyes. I also love the way she giggles when we're watching something funny. It's a bunch of things that make up why we like you. And that's deeper than the superficial attraction that we have for something we don't know. That's just a base level attraction. You feel what I'm saying? That's like, oh, yeah, she's cute. But that's as far as that goes. And it's not like we're going to have the opportunity to be around that. Even if you did have the opportunity to be around that, you might get to that woman and it's like, oh yeah, she's cute, but you don't like her mentality. You don't like her attitude. You don't like the way she operates. So my thing is, people on both sides, men and women, they got to stop thinking that they're not enough for the person they're with. Because if you start feeling like you're not enough for the person that you with, that's not really your issue. When you're talking about those superficial things, that's not your issue. That's the other person's issue, whether it's male or female. So if the woman is with a guy and it's like, oh, you don't got enough money to take me out on a yacht, you need to go get a nigga that can take you out on a yacht.
That's what a guy would do. But a woman, if a man made those comments, her reaction is, in her emotional state, as we're supposed to be, is going to react by making something happen. So, and then, like you guys say, men validate women most of the time, correct? Women are validated by men. We talk about that all day. Yeah. So if men are validating those women, and I want validation that I'm attractive, what am I going to do? Is take my ass to Colombia. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, or if I'm insecure. I'm going to do it because I want to feel what I think those women feel. And you look at them. I want to be that for you.
Well, then that becomes
enough. And what if he doesn't like you? What if he doesn't validate it? What you gonna do then? Gonna go back and get it all sucked out?
Sometimes they'll add more. This I'm not saying that this is an okay thing to do. I'm saying it's something that takes place. Women are not being validated by their partners, and then they go try to seek validations from others by changing their aesthetics. I didn't say it was right. I'm saying it's communication.
I will jump in real quick. Well,
yeah,
it's always going to be competition, no matter how you look at it, right? It's just the way it is, right? You got to compete for your man, and how you compete for your man, you have the edge on every woman out there because you're with him every day. You know what he likes. You know what makes him tick. Now, Now here's the deal. Are you willing to do what it takes, right, to make sure that you that bitch, right? That's what a lot of women are lacking in these relationships. They want to, oh, well, it's all about me. It's all about you need to cater to me, right? And then this is where the relationships get lost. And so now they look at the man and they say, well, I saw you looking at this chick, or I saw you looking at that chick. So what? I ain't going out and I ain't providing the lifestyle I provide for you. So
but some men do.
And if they do, a king can have multiple women. That's just something you're gonna have to accept.
But then you're validating the other.
But you know what? This is the part they're not getting.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of cards in the deck. So you might not have the big booty that everybody likes nowadays, but you know that Gok 3000 trumps the big booty all day.
Right.
You feel me? Like it, you know what I'm saying? It's certain things that will trump other things.
I won't get you
that they're double-minded.
You said what? I am.
I said, men. What you all are displaying is that men are double-minded, and to me, that's a mental issue. I mean,
it's not. Wait, no, it's not.
If you hold something as a value, then that should be your value all the time.
No, that's not how that works. See, it's not that we're double-minded. We know how to compartmentalize. We compartmentalize. So different things have different value sets. So if you're a chick that don't, go ahead.
If you're anti something, but you support it half the time, or you support it for one group of people to do, but not another group of people to do, that's not really your values. You can't say that you don't support that when you do.
No, because if you suck at driving a stick, I don't want you driving my car. I'm against you driving that car. But if you're good at it, I'm for you driving that car. See how that works?
Okay, wait. I have a question then. Okay, because I'm not monogamous, but we don't have it. Because I'm talking to my monogamous mind at this moment. If you're a monogamous woman, how then can you keep your man monogamous if he can just compartmentalize and screw off on you?
He has to be a monogamous man to start with.
Exactly. Oh, good one. I'm with you on that part.
I will agree. I think no one's monogamous actually.
But every man, no, there are some men that are disciplined enough to be monogamous.
Discipline.
You feel what I'm saying? They're not naturally monogamous, but they're disciplined enough.
Exactly.
See, this is why when you get, here's the thing, and this is messed up because it puts y'all in a messed up situation as women.
Mm-hmm.
You have to wait until a man is a certain age.
Yeah.
Before he can really be able to master monogamy because his sex drive is lower.
Yes.
The unfortunate part about that is you have to wait. Unless you're a young woman that's dating older men.
Great.
So, Angel Man, are you talking about testosterone?
Yeah.
Man, you just a hoe.
I mentioned testosterone. I'm not a hoe.
Wow.
Don't put him in
Wait, did she call
I'm not a hoe. I just like women, and they just there, and I just happen to fall right.
You hear what he said?
Non-monogamous.
That's why we have to wait till he gets a little bit older. Then he won't be talking like this.
How old is Stan?
Women have work husbands. What's up with that? Women be having work husbands.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very growing, popular thing. So it ain't just the men you're trying to judge here. We all are women like other things too.
Right.
What we talking about here? You ain't gonna just be attracted to one man your whole life.
But y'all got to stop. Here's the thing. This is what annoys me, right? And I get why you do it, but you got to stop doing it. Women have to learn how to have self-esteem that is not external. In other words, you got to learn how to be confident in who you are, not based on what everybody else thinks, but based on what you think. You feel what I'm saying? It can't just be about, and let's be real. Let's cut the cap. A lot of y'all doing that stuff to not to compete for men, but just to compete with other women, to be the baddest chick. Like, I'm not, like, if I see a dude, look, I'm not, when it comes to, like, I know how to stay in my lane. You feel what I'm saying? In other words, when I go to the gym and I see a dude there that look like Cali Muscle or Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm not trying to look like him. I gotta do my own workout program.
Right.
You know, it's like back in the day, like when I was single, one chick that I was dating, she tried to make me jealous. She said, "Oh, this dude used to play in the NFL, likes me," and I'm like, "Shit, you need to talk to that nigga right now." You feel me? Like, because here's the thing, you can't, like, as a woman, if a dude is dealing with you and you got a flat booty, you got the washboard booty, and he says he loves women with big butts, that's a disqualification in most cases, unless you got something else that is so overwhelmingly desirable that will make him overlook that. You know, it's like, well, you know, let me go get a dude that, like, you know, let me go find William Cartwright. If you got because, you know, most women, they got one or the other. They either got the big breasts or the big booty. You feel what I'm saying? So if you got the big breasts, you got to go holler at William Cartwright. If you got the flat booty, you feel me?
Real quick, Stan's Black Boy Joy is everything for me right now. Just the smile on his face. I am so enjoying that. I am a huge supporter of Black Boy Joy, and this is the cutest thing.
Yeah, I'm with King Sigma himself.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Amen.
That's kind of crazy.
Lord have mercy.
I like to learn from a whole bunch of people, but I've noticed with men, like you said, if you're not going to compete with another dude, you guys mainly come up to each other, y'all give each other dap, like, yeah, that's tight, that's a tight jacket, bro. Where you get that? You guys put each other on. You embrace each other. You teach each other. Like you said, you want to get like Kali. You're not going to be insecure with a dude. You guys ask questions. You approach. You know, more so than women, we're more catty. We want to be better. Like, oh, look, who do you think she is? You know, instead of like saying like, hey, teach me, or where did you go to get that? We don't want to be humble to learn. We just want to compete and be better, and that's not cool. I think.
Yeah, it's because
yeah.
It's because of the fundamental difference the way we approach dating. See, for the men, we understand that it's in us and not on us. That's what women don't understand. Women think it's on them and not in them. So everything about the woman's dating perspective is aesthetics. It's outside things. It's the makeup, the lashes, the hair, the clothes or whatever. Now, even though we do indulge in the clothes, if another dude shows up and he got on a better fit than me, he got on better gear than me, it's like, okay, he fly, but he might be goofy. He might not have the game that I got. You feel what I'm saying? He might have the freshest gear, but he don't know how to talk to women. He don't know how to make women comfortable around him. He doesn't have charisma and charm and all of those different things. So us men, what we do is we try to enhance the mental things that we got going on, as opposed to trying to just enhance the outside things.
But yeah, like, so women are going to compete in that manner. And on top of that, in that realm, we only have a short amount of time. Unfortunately, now women are competing with women outside of their age range, women who aren't women, all kinds of things. We are competing with everyone to get men. So now if we're competing with all those things, and we especially worry about our outside, that's going to be one of the top things we worried about, regardless if it is for a particular man, is going to be so that we can compete. And like you said, men are different than women in that aspect too, because women are taught to, we were kind of taught to do the same thing. I know that sounds kind of mean, but it is. We're look nice, you know, kind of all the thing. Men are taught to stand out. Women are taught to stand in line. You know what I'm saying? And look alike, and then men pick you.
Miss Polly, it's levels to it. You know what I mean? It's levels to everything. So not every woman's on the same level, and that's what y'all keep getting confused. There's some women that are there for the moment. They're not there for a lifetime. They're only there for that moment. And once that moment is over, they go their way, we go our way.
What makes them different?
Say it again.
What makes them different as a person? Not what you think about them. What makes them different than what they give you, other than the fact that you just like one more than the other?
Well, because I'm not putting my life, my legacy, and my name on one. Once I put my life, my legacy, and my last name on a woman, then she means something to me.
But they're all the same then.
If I'm not investing that to a woman, then she doesn't mean that to me. If I'm not
but
bringing
that
around
means
her family,
you chose her.
No, but hold on. If I'm not bringing around my family, she's not on that level. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not doing certain things for her, she's not on that level. There's levels to it.
You know so what makes her different?
Is actually, here's the thing. You're actually both right. And I'm gonna tell you why. Initially, y'all are all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, you're all the same. You're all of you are a sexual object with a box that brings pleasure. That's what you are initially. Until after that.
Right.
After that, see, that's the part that a lot of chicks don't get. You that's when you gotta show up.
Right.
Is after the intimacy. That's when you gotta show up. That's when you gotta differentiate yourself from the other women. You feel me? Because what dudes do is like, every dude knows that a chick puts on her best face before the sexual encounter. And then after the sexual encounter, that's when you find out if she's crazy or not. So it's like, you know, especially if you the type of brother that lays some good pipe, whatever, right? That's when you really find out what's going on. You feel me? When you get back to the crib and you got 30 missed calls and shit, you like, holy shit. It's like, nah. Yeah. Why you ain't
I'm just having flashbacks.
Why you ain't answering the phone? That's when, in all honesty, like for real, that's when dudes, when you show that you're different from other chicks, once dudes is around you and stuff, and really what it boils down to, as much as I hate to say it, is how high is your ability to not get on his nerves?
Oh, that's a fact. Yes, Lord.
Right.
Yeah.
I want women to take the angry man approach, because I think women should approach relationships with all the good things you can get from it, because that's how men approach relationships. And I think that, like, what you're saying is evidence of that. And I want women to advocate for themselves more in terms of getting what they want out of a relationship, looking out for their own best interests, how things are going to benefit them.
Sure.
Hold on. Let me ask I am a question. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, White School. Hold on, White School. So I am, is your perspective based on any hurt or trauma that you've been through as a woman? Is it based on that?
No. What I just said or my choice?
Yeah. What you said. You know what I mean? Is that based on?
No, it's based on what you just said.
Okay, so it's not based on any experiences that you have experienced yourself or any experiences that you have heard about.
No, it's based on what he said, and the fact that I think women approach relationships kind of, you know, with an idealistic view and like hoping for the best. And I think it's smarter to have agenda, to negotiate up front. You know, all of these things are important. But I think if women were to implement them, that I think they'd have better relationships closer to what they desire to have.
I mean, I feel like women already do that though. I feel like women come to the, like, because when, you know, shameless plug, when I wrote my book, one of the main things I had to point out is that men don't really negotiate at the beginning of the relationship. They don't really lay out what it is they expect from the woman, what they want from the woman, how they think the relationship should be, and all of those things, and then give the woman the choice to whether or not she wants to sign up for that. I feel like when women meet dudes, they lay it all out on the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, you're not coming to my house the first night, not giving up the yams the first night. Like, it's a whole list of I'm not gonna, you feel what I'm saying? Like, y'all be laying it out. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you what y'all don't do. This is what y'all don't do. You will lay out all the things you don't want. And I think that's what the brother was alluding to when he said, are you speaking from hurt? Are you speaking from a failed relationship or whatever? Because what women do is they get with a guy and they have a list of things they want to avoid because they're trying to avoid the last situation. But they don't talk about the things that they really want, like the things they really want. Like, and it's crazy because if you ask a woman that question about what they really want, a lot of times they don't have a legitimate answer. Like, if a dude was to ask a woman on the first date, so what's your hopes and dreams? She'd be like, huh? What? Your hopes and dreams. What is your hopes and dreams? What do you want out of life? They can't answer that question.
I think that's a lot to do with being in the present. You know, I think women think in the present and they don't think about extreme long time. Like, men think plotting like that. You know,
and that's why they end up at 50 years old with a 1-bedroom apartment and a cat and a boyfriend named Otis. That's why that happened.
Oh God. Well, I mean, I'm gonna put this out there. I don't know what I want. I want somebody to tell me. I just want y'all to know that. Somebody tell me, guide me, please. I don't need no help. I'm lost all the time.
And guess what?
I need help everywhere.
Here's the crazy thing. Guess what? Say that.
I do. I tell people
I think what women want those changes. Women are very dynamic.
If you told a dude on the first date, look, I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I don't really know what I want. I need some guidance. You know what the dude gonna say? I got you. I got you. But then you gotta actually follow through with what he say. Like, you can't just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. Like, what? You asked.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm lost all the time because I know she doesn't date. So I know you don't date, but like, yeah, I'm like, listen, I don't really know. I know some things, but I don't know where the hell. Where we going? You tell me. I'm just gonna follow. Really don't know? No, baby. I don't even want to think about it. I want somebody else to help me. I am a damsel in distress. Please help me every day. I need help. I can for myself, but I need assistance.
I can't tell if that's sarcasm. I can't tell if that's sarcasm.
No, sir. No, sir. I realize that I do a lot of things, and the more gentleman partners I get, the more I notice that I am surely not equipped to probably be walking around in general. So,
did you say? Wait, time out. We got to back up for a second. Stanley, did she say gentlemen callers? Is that what she said?
Yes.
I'm just making sure. Go ahead.
Miss Paula, you want to explain to him your lifestyle?
We're gonna leave it where it's at. We're monogamous poly today.
We're very diverse up here.
You're monogamous poly today or tonight?
Yeah. Tonight.
Okay. We're very diverse. I like this.
Now the captain's really coming in. The captain's coming in right now.
Pure cap.
If I was, God dang, I can't even say. If I was monogamous poly, I need assistance. Okay, I know it. I don't need anyone to tell me. I know.
But the effort to know what you would like in a relationship or what you would like to experience, because I've asked a couple of men, right? I'm like, what is the trifecta of you selecting a woman, basically? And they were like, peace. She has to be compassionate. She has to be cooperative, and like they were able to like say it in 3 words, and it's amazing. And us shows that we are just out here in the ether, like just like we don't know nothing, and that's really hurting us in some sense. And like we should really take some lessons from the dudes and apply it those attributes, not the 6 foot, not the 6 figure, not the 6-inch thing, but actually the characteristics of a man. And then we go on a date and it's like, wow, he's not displaying those things, his actions aren't displaying those things, and that is not your man. But we often get, distracted by the outward appearance, and then we just end up with a clown that looks good, that don't know how to pay bills, that is monogamous, that isn't married. You know what I'm saying? So I think we really need to take a lesson from the guys.
I can give you the cheat code.
All right, give us the cheat code. Let me get my paper.
Here's a cheat code. You need a man that can do all 4 of the F's.
Mm-hmm.
Can he fix shit? Can he finance shit? Can he fight? And can he fuck? That will encompass basically everything. And if the dude is an honest dude of good character and he can do all 4 of those, you'll be happy.
Miss Polly, that's all you need.
That's all you need.
I just need guidance in general, but it's fine. I mean that in the nicest way. Like, and I'm serious. I got ideas, but I need somebody to help me get there. You can't just say
that. Those are good. The 4 F's. Have you trademarked that, Mr. Angry Man? Okay, I'm gonna.
Now she's gonna take.
But he do have a book. He do have a book on Amazon.
Come on, you out here we helping him promote it. That's cute.
He do have a book, and he can tell us what's in the book.
Yes,
there you go.
Angry Man, is that for men only, or is it for women as well?
No, women can read it. It's for men to learn how to understand female nature, to properly vet a woman, to get some understanding of how to have a traditional relationship in a modern world. But women can read it. It's not, a woman could actually read that to kind of get an idea of what men are looking for. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be honest with you. The most, I don't think I've hardly met any men who have come to me with an actual full thought out plan. Mm-hmm. And I think I was very surprised. And I won't say I was very surprised when it happened to me, because I was like, damn, like when they actually told me, they're like, oh, this is what I was like, damn, you see that I could do all that with you? That's amazing.
Turned you on, didn't it?
I told you I am lost. He made me be found, and I am okay with this. I have no problem. I tell you, okay, listen, y'all ever took like that? I took a BDSM test recently, last like 4 years, and it told me I was a slave, and I know I belong there. I'm fine. I know. I don't need no help. I know that.
You do know you have to explain those terms because you got vanilla people watching.
I'm sorry. It says I'm vanilla too. It says I'm vanilla. That means I'm just kind of basic. And then it's basically the slave means that I like to be told and directed to what to do in general.
And dominated. Don't leave that part out.
Okay, we'll leave that to you. Said we were trying to help the vanilla folk.
Shout out to the vanilla folks.
Vanilla folks are cool, So
I still don't believe you want to be guided. I still don't believe that.
Yeah, we have to call cap on that one.
Well, I got glasses right now that says difference. I am blind. Lead me to the water because I want to drink it too. I'm thirsty.
The 4 F's. Let's recap the 4 F's for the chat. It's be able to fix things, finance things, fight, and touch.
Yeah.
Oh, you said touch. Oh, I'm about to say, wait a minute.
Yeah, because
it
covers everything. That covers everything because women want a man that can protect them, so that's fighting. Women want a man that can take care of things financially, so that's financing. Women want a man that can fix things. That's good with fixing around the house and stuff like that, and not just fixing that, but fixing problems. You feel what I'm saying? And then a woman want a man that can lay pipe. And the problem is what happens is most women, they'll find men that they don't have all four.
Just the pipe.
Like some women will find men that can fight and have sex, but they can't finance shit and they can't fix shit.
We gotta keep him out of there. He gone. He can't be on the way.
So and then you got some dudes that can finance shit, they can fix shit, but they can't fight and they can't smash. You see what I'm saying? So if you can't find a dude that has all four, right? Now if you can find a dude that can lay pipe and that can pay for shit and can fight, he don't necessarily got to fix shit because he can pay people to fix shit.
That's true.
You feel what I'm saying? But if you can find a dude that I have every dude that I know that say they can do all four of those things are married and have been married forever.
But
so what do you do if you can't do it? What do you
do? Can't do
You're
the effing part. Should we punish them? But they got the finance and they can fix things. Do we have to punish?
If you can't do if there's one F that you cannot be missing. There's one F that you cannot be missing, and that's the pipe work. If you can't lay no pipe work, it's a wrap. You done.
Oh man,
done. It's over. And y'all women, look, that's the other thing. Y'all women need to stop capping about that. Because look, Stanley, the women will sit here and act like, oh, well, that doesn't matter. Yes, it does.
Could it be when the women say it doesn't matter? Is that they giving up?
Oh my!
That they giving up their wine coochie to a young man and training him? That's why it don't matter.
Yeah, that's why it don't matter because they got somebody else for that.
Oh no! It's so sad.
I will say this. I want to give a shout out to older women that took me to their bedroom and showed me how when I was a young man. Those are valuable skills that had carried me through decades. So I just want to say a shout out and thank you.
Did she get in the shower? Did she get in the shower right after?
She had her own place. Oh yeah,
she got in the shower right after. Did
there, and we did it there too. I learned a lot. Older women with young. Hey, there's a place for older women with young men because we need those lessons. I don't know what happened nowadays, but older
women have sex like dudes. Like right after, they don't even cuddle or nothing. They just get straight up and go get in the shower and shit.
I want you now.
Like, damn, you ain't gonna come. I gotta go to work.
Wow. She's like, you ready to go home, baby? She sends you home with some potato salad, and she gonna send you on your way.
With a plate with some aluminum foil on it.
Yes. Let me get you right, baby. I'm gonna need you to go and lock the door when you leave now.
You have no idea. You have no idea how many women have lost a man to a plate with aluminum foil on it.
Oh God. That's bad.
That's real.
Angry man, you don't seem very angry.
Angry man is awesome. He is not an angry person. He only matches energy when necessary.
No, he's
do you talk to women?
I am. He's only angry when you come out with some foolishness.
Yeah.
He's not about that BS. So once you do that, it's a wrap.
I just have a question. No foolishness. So
What's
do you
that?
talk to women sometimes with your books and your program?
Yeah, but most women are afraid to talk to me.
Why?
Because they can't bullshit me.
Let me ask you this. Statistically, for Black women specifically, to find a man with the 4 F's that you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
To find a man with the 4 F's that you mentioned that's also attracted to them and want them as a Black woman, how likely do you think that is statistically for a Black woman to find a man with the 4 F's that also wants her?
It's high when they're young.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's high when you're the best time. The best time for a black woman to get into a relationship with a guy that can do all of those things or has the potential to do all of those things is right out of high school. Right out of high school.
As
and
teenagers, before they're even legal to age 21.
Yeah.
That's
It's
pretty
messed
wild.
up. It's messed up, but you got to think about it. With our culture, a lot of us, we're what's the word for it? We become adults before our time.
Yeah.
So a lot of us, even though we're in our late teens, we're out here functioning like adults. You feel what I'm saying? And the problem is with us is the older we get, the more jaded we get. And the older we get, every year that passes by, that stat of how likely it is for a woman to get the guy she wants, it goes down as time goes by. It just continues to go down and down and down and down and down, because you got to realize the reason why it's more likely fresh out of high school is because a lot of the factors that are going to eliminate black men haven't happened yet. They haven't been sent to prison. They haven't been gunned down. They haven't had all of these things that tend to get rid of black men early. Those things haven't happened yet. And so you got to realize for black men, if they get into a relationship early, like in their early 20s, and they get into a long-term relationship, they're less likely to be in those situations that's going to get them into that. You see what I'm saying? They're less likely to get in a violent situation where they're going to get shot, or they're less likely to get in a situation where they're going to go to jail, because that has always calmed men down. Being in a relationship always calms men down.
So you're recommending that age range is not about the desirability of a woman at that age. It's about those other factors that you mentioned.
Oh shit. At that age, let me tell you something. At that age, the level of desirability that black men have for black women is through the damn roof at that age.
When she's that age, you mean?
When she's that age and he's that age.
So, but she's always going to be that age.
Because here's the two things. Here's the two things that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
At that age, the guy is really his drive to reproduce, his drive for sexuality is through the damn roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the girl at that age, in her late teens, she doesn't have the ridiculously high expectations for men that she's gonna have at 25, at 30. So any black man, if you have a conversation with any black man and you say, when was the best time of your life dealing with women? He's gonna tell you his late teens, early 20s. Because that's when you could actually pick up a girl and y'all could go to a Burger King and she was chilling, she was happy. You feel me? But by the time you get to 30, it's a whole new ball game. Because go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So if they get together at 18, 19, right out of college, right out of high school, sorry, you said, does she become less desirable to that man over time?
Can I say something?
Married
I
women
think nostalgia has something to do with it. I think nostalgia has something to do with that.
Because statistically, if you look up the statistics for high school sweethearts, especially if the girl is a virgin, those marriages tend to last longer than any other marriage, if you look at it statistically. And the reason why is because most people don't realize this, but women have women and men, when you have sex, there's a chemical that's like a bonding chemical. So the person that the first person that you have sex with, you're never gonna forget that person. You're always gonna have some sort of attachment to that person. And so what happens is when you have women, and this is why back in the day, it was always a bad thing for women to be extremely promiscuous, because that ability to bond with men, the more times you have sex, it gets less and less and less and less and less. And then before you know it, you have sex with dudes and there's no bond there. It just doesn't happen. But if you notice, if you go look up the statistics, I forgot what the number is, but if you look up the statistics, most women that marry the first guy that took their virginity, those relationships usually stand the test of time.
Right. So men in their late 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s are attracted sexually to women in what age group?
Whatever age they can get that's legal.
Got it. So do married women hit the wall, or only single women hit the wall in terms of desirability?
It's hard for married women to hit the wall.
Because
the dude got with her before she hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, here's the thing. It's like there's always talk about old biscuits, right? Men want fresh buns. They don't want old biscuits, right? But see, here's the thing. If you got the buns fresh and then the buns just happen to get old, you don't got no problem with them, because them your buns, you got them when they was fresh. You feel me? So if you went and got some freaking food that was fresh, and then the food was sitting in the refrigerator, you look at it like it's leftovers, you still find it acceptable. But what if somebody showed up to your door with some leftovers? You don't want no leftovers. So you don't want old biscuits that you never got when they were fresh.
I'm reading Miss Polly's mind right now. What if they showed up with fresh buns? See that face? That's the angry man face. That's what I mean. So given that, yeah.
but like,
Wow.
I mean, if he hasn't married, if he hasn't procreated, and he built himself up, I think he's gonna go towards the options that are the freshest, if we're gonna keep it that way in those terms, because why wouldn't he? You know,
yeah, but there's
that much, or like the older women, like you said, the leftovers, like they don't really want that, because
but there's also
to him might be low, possibly.
But there's other factors that play into it too. Like if a woman, if you got with a woman when you both were in your 20s, when she was young and supple and all of that, and then both of you get older, the man, his value increases. You feel what I'm saying? As far as the dating world, his value increases. He could go out and get a younger woman if he wanted to, but there's other factors that play into that. It depends on the dynamics of your relationship. So like men, there are certain things about us that inspire loyalty in us that we can't ignore. You feel what I'm saying? If you're a decent man. So if you're a decent man, and let's say you got with a woman in your 20s when you had nothing and you were struggling, you feel me? And she was with you for that entire time that you were struggling and loved you, even though you didn't have shit. And then you get older and you become successful and you got a lot of money and shit. You're never going to forget that she rode it out with you when you didn't have shit.
So that affects her desirability?
Yeah, definitely does.
Because she loves him for him and not his money.
Desirability? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Wesley.
No, because I said because in those situations she loves him for him and not his money.
Exactly. Because now if he jumps back out into the dating world, now that he's successful, he's always going to be asking himself, does this woman really love me, or does she just love what I can do for her?
Right.
So loyalty translates to sexual, physical desirability.
Yes. For men, look, here's the thing with men. Men, everything about our love is external. It's not internal. everything about it. The way we love is an external thing. The way women love is an internal thing. You feel me? Women love their children because their children were inside of them for 9 months. Men love their children externally. The children were never inside of them. You feel what I'm saying? That's why it's more common for a man to be able to be a stepfather as opposed to a woman. It's hard for a woman to be a stepmother because that child didn't share no bond with that child. See, a man's bond has to come externally. There's no type of bond for a man that's internal except our mother. That's the only internal bond that we got. You feel what I'm saying? And that's why I tell dudes, no woman will ever love you the way your mother loves you. You don't even need to expect that shit because it ain't gonna happen. You feel what I'm saying? But men, the way men love is a totally different thing than the way women love, because everything that we love, with the exception of our mother, is some external shit. It has nothing to do with internal shit. This is why women can't understand how a man can step out on a woman he loves and have sex and then still love the woman that he is with. They can't understand that shit. And no matter how many ways we explain it, y'all will never understand it.
Can you explain it for Miss Polly? Because that's where
you're being cute.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was, same thing I've been saying this whole time, is that it is giving off a signal to women, regardless of how it makes you feel as a man. Women are interpreting what's happening to them as if you are desiring something else and I don't fit that standard. It doesn't matter if you agree, it is what it is.
Okay, so what happens when you catch a man in the bathroom with a pocket pussy? Now you want to compete with the pocket pussy?
Yes, I'm gonna think the pocket pussy got good pussy, and I'm gonna go take my ass and go get a vaginal redone because I want to feel just like that pocket pussy. Yes, sir.
The sexual look. Here's the thing: for men, sexual. See that again? That goes back to y'all loving internally. Because the man is going inside of something, you view that as love. You view it as love. It's not love. For men, a sexual act is a physical act. It does not necessarily have to have any emotions attached to it whatsoever.
I understand that, but if you're monogamous, you should have self-control enough not to engage.
Yeah, and
you're deciding to be monogamous.
And a fucking crow should be able to fly as high as an eagle, but he can't.
But it's a choice. It's a choice. You're making. If you choose to be monogamous, you also have to take on what comes with that.
Yes,
I have to call Cap on the desire.
He's giving you the explanation that in the event that it does happen, it's not necessarily mean that he loves that.
It's not as deep as
you're
you think
right.
it is.
He doesn't love it, but he desires it, and I want to be desirable too.
He just desires to bust
in that
the
moment. In that moment,
nut.
look. Here's the thing, and watch. Stanley gonna understand this when I say it. Right. A man's desirability for women sometimes can be weird and fleeting. Okay? Y'all remember the show back in the day, Murphy Brown? There was one point in my life as a young man that I wanted to smash Murphy Brown.
Woo, cause her shoulder pads. Woo, good
for
God.
like a week strong. If I would have encountered her and she was giving it up, she was choosing, it would have been a wrap. But after that, I just found her not desirable.
This is where we clip the video. But I have to call Cap though.
The way that Murphy Brown talked to Miles, man. Every time she talked to Miles like that, I was happy.
I tell you what, when you clip it and somebody want to come talking crazy to me, all I'm gonna do is pull up a picture of young Murphy Brown and they gonna shut up. Young Candace, she would,
Not hashtag receipts. But I have to call Cap on the desirability though, because men have especially men of means, have experienced divorce with their wives, and their next wife is much younger.
So have men with no means. Just go.
Yeah, you know why?
Yep.
You know why?
I'm not.
You know why? Because it's an option. It's an option. That's all it is.
So why wouldn't he opt? Why would he not opt for the nostalgia of a woman from his own era, his own age, that knows the songs and the shows and the Murphy and the shoulder pads?
Because the woman from his era reminds him of the bitch he just got rid of.
Damn.
That's why.
Who is his peer, right? So the desirability, in my opinion, I believe sexual desirability for a man stays in that age group that you're talking about.
Sometimes, but see, it's this is what it is. It's leveling itself out, because a woman in her early 20s, she's at the height of her sexuality as far as her desirability. A man in his 40s, he's at the height of his desirability based on his success and his income. So all it is like things meeting each other. That's all it really is. It's dudes are always going to want younger, prettier women. Now, dudes will accept that their women. They will accept that their woman that they're with has gotten older, but they got her when she was young. So it's not like see, it would look crazy if you see a dude in his 20s and he go out here and he wife up a 50-year-old woman. That's going to look strange, because dudes don't typically do that unless the woman is a sugar mama and she got a bunch of money or some shit like that. But dudes don't typically do that. So he's going to pick a woman. Every dude is picking a woman when they're young. You know what I'm saying? So he's picking a woman at 20. He might be with that woman for 10 years to when he's 30. But if they break up, 9 times out of 10, he not gonna pick another 30-year-old unless she just bad. He probably gonna pick 25-year-old, 27-year-old, something like that.
If he stays with her though, and they're both 50, right? Or they're both 60, or they're both 70, right?
Yeah.
Men throughout their years continue to desire that younger. I see what you're saying about he got with her. When
you're attracted, desire and attraction is totally two different things. Like, you're attracted to it, but that doesn't mean that you're going to pursue it, and that doesn't devalue you as his wife or his woman that has gotten old. It's just that it's a beautiful thing to be desired. I mean, that looks good. That's attractive.
Look, you want me to keep it funky with you?
Yes, I do. Come on, angry man, give it to me. I've been waiting.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay.
Here it is.
If a dude is with a woman from his 20s all the way to 50, he been with that woman for 30 years, and then it don't work out, he is not about to go out here looking for no 50-year-old box. That ain't gonna happen. Any more than you have a car that you've had for 20 damn years and the damn car break down on you and you want to go out here and get another one just like it. You're not going to do that. You're going to go get a newer model. They got less miles. Because you know why? And this is really what it is. I don't know if y'all realize this, but as women, when y'all get older, y'all get set in y'all's ways. Y'all be breaking out the fucking the bloomers, you know, the big panties.
Ooh.
And y'all
the moo-moos. Don't forget the moo-moos.
y'all get comfortable.
No over here.
Y'all
No,
don't.
Jesus. No.
Y'all don't want to y'all don't want to be spontaneous no more. Y'all don't want to. There's a lot of stuff y'all stop doing that we will accept. We will accept it because we've been together. We'll accept it because you did all of that when we was younger. But if you leave me, and now I got the option, and I got the bread, I'm gonna recapture. I'm gonna recapture what it was like when I first started dating.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, when I first started dating, I wasn't 50. I was 21.
I think guys who have the option and the bread do so outside of their core relationship.
What you mean?
I think if they are married to a peer, say they're both 55, right? I think if they have the option and the bread, again, I think they still desire that younger age range and they indulge on the side.
What you mean on the side?
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Angry Man. I get to clip this.
But you guys do the same thing too at the
wait.
At the strip clubs for Friday night, girls' night out.
That's the ladies you mess with. You mess with those weird ladies.
We're not gonna put this all on men. You ladies do the same thing.
Stanley, they don't want you to. They don't want you to reveal what they be doing. Like, stop acting like you don't got these 40 and 50-year-old women that's going down to Jamaica to get their booty rubbed down with oil.
They're trying to get something, and it ain't no rub down.
Yeah, they down there with what did Eddie Murphy say? They down there with Dexter St. Jock. They tossed his Johnson over his shoulder and shit.
Now, I will say the one thing is the older. Okay, so let me think about this. I don't think I've ever dated anyone. One of my partners now is actually a little bit younger than me, but
wait a minute.
Nobody else is younger than me.
Miss Polly, you just said one of your partners.
Let's be talk about that. The point is, every other person that I've been with has always been older than me. I think I just prefer older gentlemen. Conversing with them. Like I said, I want to be led. I ain't trying to be led by somebody who's 20. I need a grown ass man. And I'm fine with that. And even now, I don't want nobody. I'm okay with somebody being like, no, 30 is not an option for me. Okay. I need you. I need them to be pushing 40. I need up there.
I got a question for IM.
Yes,
matter of fact, I got a question for all the ladies.
Okay.
And I want you to be honest.
Okay.
If your value is your sexuality and your body, and a man's value is his money and his resources, then doesn't that mean you giving away your body is cheating, but a man is only cheating if he's giving away his money?
Nice try.
I need you to answer that question. I
can't answer it in my mind. My monogamous mind is wrong. My poly mind is trying to take over. So in my poly mind, I agree that I think any sexual action does not equate to love. It does not equate to cheating. It equates to desire. But in my monogamous mind, you were a dirty bastard.
Hey, Stanley, just now what happened is they was like, yeah, that's a nice try. In the back of their mind, they like, God damn, he got a point.
Yeah, it does make sense when you put it in those terms. Yes.
No, because then stop cheating every time you go out to the club and you spend on strippers, or every time you go out, you go out with your side piece and you spend money on dinners because you're cheating.
That's not cheating.
Spending money.
That's not cheating.
You just said you spent money.
So basically, what you saying? No, Stanley, don't do that. We got it. Don't do that. So basically, if all he doing is going to the house and laying the wood, but he ain't spending no money, we in good shape, right?
That's Miss Polly.
Let's be honest about this. The only thing that presents a problem with this is STDs. That's it. If it wasn't for STDs, would this really be a problem?
Yes, because there's still the risk of pregnancy, which dilutes inheritance for whatever children the core partner or wife has.
Man, fuck them kids. You don't know about them kids. Them kids is in another zip code. Like, you don't know about them yet.
Wow. Okay, see, that's why. No, people want to run the streets and act wild. And then that's supposed to be okay.
Yeah.
If they don't do the DNA, they can't claim it.
But now you're spending gas money, because now you just spend my gas money that's supposed to be for our house. You running the streets giving out D with my gas money.
How you know? What you
I mean, look, here's my thing. Here's my thing. Look, this is my honest opinion about the whole thing, right? So, as a married guy, I stay in my lane and I do the shit I'm supposed to do based on the code of ethics that marriage is. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I don't get mad at the single brothers out here. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I was single, I'd be a whole savage out this motherfucker. Like, it wouldn't even be pretty. I'd be a whole barbarian out here, like real shit. So I don't be mad. I don't be mad at the single brothers because they single. They don't owe nobody nothing.
Okay. So you can't be mad at the women out here digging in pockets.
To digging in pockets? What that got to do with me? See, that's the bullshit right there.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the bullshit right there.
She flipped your analogy. She flipped your analogy.
Why not? Why can you? Then those men should not be mad when they have to spend $150 with me to buy me dinner and they don't get boxed, because I'm saving myself for my husband, who deserves it.
What? But you're saying
that didn't even make sense
for his money.
That didn't even make sense.
Sure it did. I just want to go on dates and not have sex and get paid because I'm just being a savage out here, just ripping the money out of these men's pockets.
Yeah, but you
know what? You know what? Let me be honest about that. I really don't care about that either. And the only reason I don't care about that either is because in my single days, I was the dude that got called over after you came home from the date with the motherfucker that spent $150. So I really don't care about that shit because I ain't gonna spend $150.
Okay, so then we can't feel sorry for men who then go out on these dates and spend money and who are upset because they spend all this money, they're not receiving the actual relationship. Because technically speaking, there are women out here who want to be savage and make dollars.
No, I can still feel bad for them.
Oh, okay.
The same way that I could be a savage, that I could still feel bad for women that invested time in a dude and it didn't work out and they just heartbroken. I feel bad for them.
Okay.
But that's the world we live in. That's what it is.
I agree.
Ladies.
Stay single.
Don't stay single. Yeah. I am.
Stay single is not my
like the best advice that my mom gave my sister and her friends one time. Mm-hmm. And she told them, like, you know what? If you want to get married and stay married, get you an older man. Because with an older man, you always gonna be the hot wife. You're gonna be the hot, the hot sugar mama. You're gonna be the hot mama of the group.
She's giving people the wrong advice.
She's on the islands.
That was a joke.
Her,
that's not my message. My message is very different than that. I was just making a joke.
Yeah, she don't have that message. Don't take that. Sorry.
I was gonna say, don't tell them to stay single. Tell them to stay childless. That's the real advice they need.
Yeah. No, my message is that, that single is a choice. It's an option for women. So, and it's an option that a lot of women aren't told that they can choose. They kind of default to every woman must have a wife, go down this path and be a wife. And they certainly can if that's what they want. But they don't have to. And also single is not miserable.
I gotta call Cap on that.
Yeah.
Single is not a choice for women. It's a sentence.
Help me, Jesus. Woo.
Break it down. Break it down, sir.
See, single for women. See, there's no woman out here that genuinely wants to be single.
You're talking to one. Genuinely happened for an hour or so.
Every woman wants companionship of some kind.
That is an oversimplification of lots of women that you don't know.
Let me ask you this, Let me ask you this question. Do you have friends?
Yes, of course.
How often do you hang out with your friends?
Not very often because I work a lot. But yes, I have friends whenever we can.
Do you have any pets?
No.
You don't got no pets, so it's just you there. So you're totally happy in your solitude.
Yes, and here's the thing. I believe Miss Polly is happy in her situation, which is different than mine. I believe the wife school is happy in her situation, which is different from mine. And we all speak to women who find value somewhere in our message, in our experience. And that is why I love this panel, is because it's varied.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this, right? Name, and you don't have to go into great detail. You can just say a couple of things. Name your idea of the perfect man.
I've done this actually on my platform, and it was a list of over 100 things.
Okay, so you don't gotta tell me the list. You don't gotta tell me the list. All right, let's just assume that I know the list. Let's assume I know all 100 things.
Okay.
If you met that man tomorrow,
right,
would you be willing to give him a try?
If he had all 100 things?
Yes.
No, you know why?
Why?
Because I'm not 18, and you just advised me not to. Shout out to Sunflowers.
Cap. See? Cap.
Take a moment.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Stanley. Here's the thing. And this is why women don't talk to me, right? Women don't talk to me. Women don't talk to me. Wait a minute. Women don't talk to me because of this right here. I am smart enough to know that you're smart enough to know the point that I was getting ready to make. And you answered that way because you know the point I was getting ready to make, which was if you encountered the man you wanted, you would give him a shot, which means you're not completely happy and content in your solitude.
No, that's incorrect, actually.
Okay, so what?
So what?
No, go ahead.
No, that's not correct, actually, because my decision was made out of deliberation, and it was a logical decision, and it is a decision that I'm happy with, right?
Okay.
If I met the man tonight, right? Say he's in the chat, right? He DMs me, we meet tonight, perfect guy, right? That doesn't change the adjustments that I would have to make as a woman in order to nurture and sustain the relationship. The wife school can probably say that it's a huge thing.
Fair enough, but I have a question. Why would you meet him in the first place?
Because he's in the chat.
So
what? You asked me to entertain this hypothetically. The point I'm making is that it's not.
Here's the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is there are men right now that I know of that are happy in their solitude. They're happy being single.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter if they meet the perfect woman. In fact, one of the guys that used to be here on YouTube that passed away recently named David Carroll. He said if he walked into a room and there was a fine woman on the bed naked, laying next to a box of cigars, He said 10 times out of 10, I'm gonna take them sticks and keep it moving. In other words, there's no woman on this planet that's gonna be enticing enough for him to want to be in a relationship. Now, that right there to me is somebody that is happy being alone, happy in their solitude. Now, with you, I'm gonna take you at your word. But if I ever come on this panel and I hear you saying, yeah, I met this guy and he's so nice, I'm gonna be like, I knew you was full of shit.
I've met great guys, but what you said about your friend, and I'm sorry to hear about your friend. I'm sorry to hear about your friend. But what you said about your friend is the point I was about to make, because it's not about finding a wonderful guy. I know wonderful guys. I know very successful, amazing men, right? The choice would be, if I love that feature. The choice would be, me changing my life to that life, which is very, very different. A lot of single women don't understand even what they want, saying like, I want marriage. Your life is going to be completely different.
You just
so you're enjoying being single and just being happy, being, doing what you want to do without any obligations outside of yourself, right?
Absolutely. Now,
okay, I get that. I get that. But I get that. However, I still stand by what I said, because in that scenario, you would be an outlier in that situation. Most women want companionship. Most women want to be in a meaningful relationship with somebody at some point. That's just a reality, because women are way more social than men. So if they don't get that relationship, they'll usually compensate by having a pet or having close friends that they spend time with. They're going to find that companionship somewhere. Meanwhile, a guy can go live in the fucking woods and be completely happy by himself, to the point where if somebody showed up, he'd probably come outside with the shotgun and run them away. You feel me?
Most, but not all, which is why I started the channel, because there are some women like me. There are women like me who get married anyway, and they're miserable because they didn't want it. They just felt like this societal pressure and expectation, and single women are shamed, and single women, especially if you say you don't want to get married, or you don't want to have children, or that you don't care, either way, if you're a woman saying those things, you're met with hostility and could even be demonized, which is why I started the channel, because there are some other women like me.
Well, I mean, that's cool. If that's a reality, that's cool, because that solves a problem, because there aren't enough men to go around. It just isn't. You know what I'm saying? So if there are women out here that are perfectly content and happy being single, that's cool. But I still call cap, because I know somebody's banging them guts out. So I'm just saying.
That was kind of disrespectful.
Not you. I'm saying in general. Saying in general. I'm not talking about you personally. I don't know who's you dealing with. I'm talking about in general. That there was a woman that comes on panels or whatever, and she was saying that she's been single for, I think, 3 years or something like that. And we're having this conversation, and then come to find out she linked up with some dude a couple nights ago. And it's like, okay, you kind of cheating. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of cheating, but it is what it is.
Miss Priam, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
And address, the women that are the outliers. Now, since you may not find yourself in a marriage with a man, would you marry yourself, as we see some women do?
Oh
no, I don't have any desire to have like a wedding. I don't have any desire to do that. No.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you would marry yourself, because I know some women, they just go to that extreme. And I'm like, what drove you
I've
to that?
seen that. I read an article about it and saw like the photos and stuff.
Yeah, but also one of those women divorced herself. So what does that say?
We initiated that divorce.
What did she say? She said, I'm sick of this. She said, I'm sick of this. I get up every morning and she's just there. I'm tired of it.
Ain't cooking breakfast, ain't acting right, always having an argument about what to wear. I can't do it. No more.
Wild.
I'm just saying, like Angry Man, what do you think about why?
How do you file taxes together? I'm just trying to figure it out. You the break.
Oh my God.
I just want to know, Angry Man, why are women fighting the natural desire to be with men? What's going on? And also, why do they think that being feminine is a weakness?
Because you guys make it sound like it's a weakness.
Nah, that's not. It's because
women make it sound like it's a weakness. The men are not complaining. It's us that's saying, "Oh, you're a slave. You're gonna be a slave. You're gonna."
Hang on, I like that kind of talk.
The women, the sisterhood that create this voice of this rhetoric, this loud noise, that it just appears that way. But the men are just seeking good character.
Well,
woman.
Well, the deeper reason behind why that's going on is because the society for the past 50 some years, almost 70 years, has been programming and socializing women to operate that way. Because if you have men and women separately, that's two different households. That's two different groups that's paying into the economy. You feel what I'm saying? If you have a man and a woman together, they're paying less into the economy, because when men and women are together, men kind of curtail some of that extra spending. But if women are separate from men, the women are able to get money out of the men that they wouldn't necessarily spend through child support, through alimony, and women will take that money and then spend it. So you got a separate thing. So now what you're going to see, which is going to be really interesting, you're going to see them start to promote marriage more. And the reason why is because the men have stopped operating in a way that gives them the ability to get money out of the men through the women. So men nowadays are not having kids the way they used to. They're not getting married the way they used to. So now those avenues, divorce and child support, that they could use to get money out of the men through the women, it's not there no more. That was the whole point of them with the Roe v. Wade situation. That's the whole point of them coming up with these new laws, like they're trying to come up with the mandatory DNA testing whenever a child's born. So all of that stuff is to try to encourage couples to get together again, because it's like we need people to pay into the system. We need people to be tax-paying citizens and stuff. And so if you've got guys that are not having kids and not getting married, that's actually working against the society, because people that are married pay more into the system, but people that are separate and having kids pay even more into the system. So now you're getting to the point where you don't have either. You don't have the married couples, and you don't have the child support or the divorces either. So they got to figure out a way to get people to pay them back into the system again. That's what.
I was reading online, or maybe like Mr. Letko was highlighting it one day, that they're making laws. Maybe it's just out there in the air that they're making laws against single women, shaming single mothers. And so, us as a population, we have a high population of, single motherhood. So, hey, maybe it'd be worth it to get a nice guy while you still can and compete and get your dude and go sit out somewhere.
Yeah, the stuff they're coming out with is definitely against single women and single mothers, because they're changing a lot of stuff and nobody's really paying attention to it. because they're doing it on the low. It started with the Roe v. Wade thing. It started with that. Then they started to try to do the mandatory DNA testing. There was another one. Oh, they're limiting alimony now. There's certain states that are limiting alimony. So it's a bunch of things that they're trying to do. And the way I look at it, I'm like, oh, they're trying to encourage marriage again, which probably ain't gonna work because it's become a thing that people don't want to do anymore ideologically because it just doesn't make sense anymore. They need to upgrade the way marriage is, like the way the marriage contract and all of that. They need to change it to update it to the more modern times. You feel me?
It needs to be an incentive to get married.
Exactly.
That's just so pathetic. I mean, there
has to be
point of being incentivized as opposed to where it was a natural thing where boy meets girl and they get married.
I don't think it was ever that way, babe.
A bonus to get your man today, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, like even in other countries, they have incentives. They actually will pay you in Japan to get married, have children. You get paid.
Yeah, there's a rumor. There's a rumor that they did that back in the day. I don't know how true it is. I heard a rumor that you know when we had the whole hippie free love thing that was going on. Mm-hmm. I heard that there were incentives, stipends and shit that was paid out to encourage people to have families again. And that's when you get like the whole family incentive in the 80s. Because if you remember, in the 80s, television was filled with family sitcoms. You remember that? 80s all the way into the 90s. It was nothing but family sitcoms. And that was just them trying to encourage families again, because back in the day, Ronald Reagan knew that the only way that he was going to be able to get the economy booming again is he was going to have more families, because they kind of screwed the pooch when they came out with no fault divorce. That messed up everything. So as soon as people could just get divorced whenever they felt like it, that kind of ruined the whole marriage concept.
And I got another question for you. Do you, and also for the women on the panel, do you ever think that Black women will stop fighting on behalf of feminism and not think of like, you fighting this war that white women started and continue to fight this war, and these are the same women, the purple and blue hair women that's now marrying your husbands or your possibility of a husband? Like, do you ever think
all races of women are starting to hate feminism?
Even Black women?
Yeah. Because they're tired. Like a lot of Black women are tired of working. Yeah. So like you see the TikToks. Like when I go through looking at TikToks to react to, I always come across a bunch of TikToks of Black women saying, I don't know who fought for this equality stuff, but I don't like it. It sucks. I wasn't around when y'all made this decision. I'm tired of working. I'm tired of, like, they already getting to the point where they sick of it. The only problem is they're not going to find the men that are willing to do that, because those men don't really exist anymore. Those most of the men that think like that, like myself, who has no problem paying 100%, we're already married. You know what I'm saying? So the men that they're looking for right now are already taken, and the men that's available, they're not doing that. They're like, nah, y'all wanted equality, we doing 50-50. And that's why they complaining right now about 50-50.
And also, and Mr. Stanley, even if there are some good guys, like say they're not like the statuesque guys, say they're like, maybe overweight, but they do fit in that top 10%. In some ways, for those men, the ones that are left, they don't think that they should compete for those types of men. They just think that their body's enough and that's it, accept me as I am. But actually, something that's limited in supply, you kind of have to compete with it.
And I don't know why they tripping, because the dad bod is the peak masculine form. You feel me?
Shout out to the dad bods.
I like a little meat. I ain't complaining over here. I like them thick.
Warm in the winter.
Yo, I literally see the white dude. He was rollerblading, and he was, you know, them little places where they have like where people skateboard or whatever. So you got the little
in the skate parks.
Yeah, he was rollerblading with no shirt on, had a dad bar, right? He came up the ramp and did a flip and landed with a dad bod, and he looked at the camera and he said, "No matter what they tell you, the dad bod is the peak masculine form." Yo, I was on the floor rolling, bro.
Wow.
Hilarious.
I agree on the point that Black women are tired of working. I think that's true universally, everywhere around the country, every city, every state. Yes, Black women are tired of working. As far as feminism, though, I think feminism has been misdefined in the space in terms of women advocating for themselves and having equal rights in society. I think that's still very important for Black women. And again, the equal rights in society were with regard to things like political, in the employment and workspace, etc. I think that's still very important to Black women, as it should be.
Well, the problem is not feminism as it originally was intended to be.
Right, exactly.
The problem in what you hear people describing is third or even fourth wave feminism, which is basically just a title for misandry, is a title for man hate. Because the first form of feminism, which had to do with women being able to vote, women being able to work, women being able to have certain rights and certain things, there was nothing wrong with that. The problem is what it has morphed into, what it's transformed into, where you got women saying goofy stuff like all sexual interactions with men are the R word. Like there's women that say stuff like that.
That's wild and has nothing to do with feminism, and we have to divorce it from that. Black women.
But see, that's my point. But see, that's my point. It's the hardcore feminists that proclaim themselves to be feminists that are saying stuff like that. You see what I'm saying?
It's like people who practice Islam, which is a very peaceful, beautiful religion, blowing things up, right? It's like that's not what we're about, you know? Yeah. And so I think just using the word feminism is not enough. And it's taken on a very negative connotation, which is sad because, you know, it's important. Advocate for women.
It's like
advocacy.
Yeah, it's like what I do here that people label red pill, right? I gotta catch hell because there'll be dudes up here that do shows and the first thing they do is bitches ain't shit. And it's like, you started that, angry man. And I'm like, how did I start that? You feel what I'm saying? Like
I've seen that happen on the internet.
Oh my God.
And no, that's not him at all. He will tell you, like, guys, y'all the one that hate women. I don't hate women. He's not that person.
Yeah. Just to be, this is what I say so many times, and I get called a pygmy, a mammy all the time, and I'm like, that's right. But it's the men do not hate women. Men hate women's behavior. Behavior is everything. Like, you can be the cutest thing, but if you're a demon, they're gonna address your actions, and then the women are gonna interpret it because we got that crazy woman brain that somebody mentioned that he hates me, and it's like he hates all Black women. And like, I didn't even say that. I said that you need to stop twerking at the Martin Luther King Memorial. Like, so now.
Yeah. See, and that's the crazy thing. Like, I will talk shit about twerking. I'm not against twerking. You know what I'm saying? Like old boy on the Bone Thugs and Harmony video. He's like, we're not against rappers. We're not against rap music, but we are against these thugs. Like, I'm not against twerking. I'm just against twerking in certain settings. You shouldn't be twerking on the top of a table in a restaurant that got kids in there. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if you are in a strip club, shit, let's get it. Let's work it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, if you in your house and you just happen to stand on your coffee table, you want to twerk for your man, hey, look, hey, let's get it. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Lord.
As long as that coffee table is not from Wayfair or IKEA, they do have to make requirements. Don't
you
dance
might have
those.
You might have to reinforce that, man. You feel what I'm saying?
Get them brackets.
No twerking at Popeyes in front of cameras and lots of people.
No.
Do that. No, do that.
None of that.
See, what's bad is like the women introduce culture, and that's why I think we have such a big target on our backs, and they're used for certain things because we can really cheerlead some things on, and there can be some bad things that come from it. You see the little 3-year-olds talking about hands on your knees, and we're like,
oh Lord, no,
so cute, and we won't stop it, and we'll champion other things that are not for our benefits until we realize on the back end that it was a mistake. And then Angry Man is watching us on our TikToks, crying in our cars, talking about we don't want to work and we're sick of this and that. But we've been so relaxed on certain things that now it's coming back on us. And so like we have to suffer those consequences of what.
You gotta speak to them women, but they ain't gonna be me. I ain't gonna never say I don't even know, man. You got me messed up. Oh, I need it.
Well, you know what, wife of school podcast, you said something I never heard a woman ever said before in my whole life. You said we gotta suffer through the consequences. Can we mark this? Because that's I've never heard a woman say that.
This is what it is.
I mean, I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Miss Polly ain't suffering none. Miss Polly is reaping the benefits of this foolishness, and every left and right turn it comes. Every man that y'all shun away, please come my way. Because he will. And that's what I'm telling you.
Let me.
I have no problem but a line full of wonderful, amazing men who want to stand next to me. And praise God, I will be okay with that. So if y'all want to act like thugettes, continue on. Continue on, boo.
The sexiest thing a woman can ever say is, you were right. I was wrong. I shouldn't have did that. I won't do that again.
Oh, just 4?
No, it's some more.
Oh.
That's just the short list.
Oh, I apologize. I thought one involved some other context that might be a little. It's late, so I can say it. You know, maybe it was I want to talk to you on my knees. Maybe that would have been nice.
That comes after you admit you were wrong. All right, let's do that first.
Now you see, now this is adult material that I can actually like.
On that note, I'm going to make my exit. Shout out to Miss Polly, who is my fave, which is the reason that I came up here. The Beautiful Wife School podcast. Stanley has the best teeth I have ever seen. Thank you for showing your teeth all night. You have an amazing smile. The Intellectual Soapbox, my brother M3. I love you guys. Very nice speaking with you, the Angry Man.
So you on his podcast now? You gonna follow him and ask him some questions?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and see, if I can make some friends.
She's very kind. She's very nice.
Thank you, Bob.
Indeed.
Have a good night, guys. Much love.
Much love, family.
Listen, I'm telling you, you can be nice to men, I don't know what's wrong with these ladies out here, but I'm not that. I just want to keep promoting that it's not me because I don't want to be associated with things I don't believe in. And I just want everybody to know that. But I will at any time pretend to be otherwise just for the commentary part. Is that fair? Okay. I just want to put that out there. I don't want one of my men to misunderstand something and come talk to me later because I don't like that. I don't need no struggle.
She said one of her men.
Still gotta talk about that.
As she go ahead and rake her braids over her breasts. Just
yeah. Flexing again. Flexing again. And you know what? You know what's crazy, Stanley? I'm gonna tell you something that really bugs me about women, right? They get to flaunt their sexuality in front of you all the time. It's like an endless barrage. Like you be scrolling through YouTube and you'll come across a video and the thumbnail for the video is just a woman's booty. And you just be like you know what would be fair is if this is the only way y'all women would really understand it, right? Is if every time you scroll through TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, you just saw dudes in sweatpants with the Johnson print. Just every time you scroll through, it's a dude standing there in sweatpants, like, just chilling.
Either that, with a good time,
either that, or every dude just be sitting there with some money, just got the money on their face and shit. They just sitting there with money, just you'd be like, God damn, can I get some of that money?
Or they stroking their beard. I like when you stroke the beard and it's all moisturized. Oh, praise him! Almost felt something deep in my chest.
You know what? I got a question. I got a question about that, right? What is the infatuation that women have with the beard? What is that? What is that about?
Their podcast is. I want to hear something.
I don't know. Maybe you know how certain aspects of anatomy is an indication of certain things. Like you look at a woman's, like you see her boobs and her hips and her butt, like that's a woman. And if I'm a man with a beard and he got some, meat on him and he got little pecs or whatever, I'm like, yeah, that's a man.
That's a grown man. Like, that's a grown man.
So it's just masculinity.
Yeah, yeah, he got some hair on his chest. Like, I don't want that little smooth hair, baby. Like, yeah, like, cause
get out of here.
If you did like a side by side comparison, I believe, like, if you put your shorter beard, or if you didn't have one, and you now with the beard, I believe women, if you poll them, would choose you with the beard because they'd be like, it's sexy and attractive. Like, yeah.
When I'm mounting a gentleman, grabbing a beard never hurt.
Did you say mount?
I said mounting because you are a king if I'm mounting you. And at that point, all I want to do is grab the reins and gallop through to paradise. And I will stroke it down and kiss you up. That's it. Thank you. Praise him.
I tried to keep it PG.
See about the same thing. Yeah. Y'all be trying to pull hair. I want to pull some hair too, boo. It just ain't where you thought it was. That's all it was.
Wow.
You ever grab the man's like arms when you're taking them down? Oh Lord, taking you out. He just whoop. She was like grabbing hold of a ride. You don't know what's gonna happen. Good Lord. Get your hair right. I'm trying to tell you.
But real talk, this is what men want to hear more. This other stuff is like, I love you, black man. I don't trust that. What they talked about is more real than that little fake campaign. I love you, black man. No, you don't. I don't trust none of that. There's no work. There's no effort. You just saying a bunch of words to pacify me. We too smart.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna
No.
say it. Don't love no black man. It's gonna be okay. So
Mhm.
Wow.
It's true. That's definitely true.
Y'all just turned me on. I don't even know why I'm about to go find out something. Anyway,
Let's all women.
Lord have mercy.
I think you should like because she's between two beards right now, angry man.
Lord, I ain't even in the middle. I ain't even ice creamed in. Listen, the whole point is,
I wonder if I can have a fan page just for the beard. I wonder if I'm supposed to
Apologize.
make.
Listen, I'm sorry. I think ladies out here really appreciate beards. They're very attractive. You know, I don't know what, you know, a nice dad bod to get you right. Okay. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? That just shows that he just likes a good meal, and I will help you get the good meal. It's all fine.
Yo, I've been seeing that.
Spaghetti.
I've been seeing that too. I've been seeing those memes too, where women be talking about the dad bod. I've been seeing that a lot lately too. Like for real.
Like, you know, it's cute that I can wash clothes on it. But at the end of the day, you know, I really just wanted to hug up on me like a bear. I mean, I like bears. Exactly. And I don't mean gummy. Okay. I'm trying to say.
Man, well, listen, family, this has been fun, man.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for rocking out with me.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for rocking out with our first episode. We appreciate y'all, man, for real, for real. Man, we will be back on tomorrow. Okay? You know what I mean? The Intellectual Evolution Era. We'll be back on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? On the Intellectual Soapbox, man. Check us out. You know what I'm saying? Or check us out on our other channels, which are Knowledge and Relationships. Also, Embrace the Grace. Salute to everybody that came up, man. Salute to Big Wig Slaps. Salute to, you know what I mean, everybody that came through, man. That showed love. Salute to Angry Man Stan. I Am a Single One. Wife School Podcast. Miss Polly. Thank you for hosting with me today. And man, for our first episode, we kind of rocked out for real, for real.
We do a good job.
Yeah, we did a pretty good job. Why not? Miss Polly was trolling. I never seen a troll side of Miss Polly, but it's time for everything, huh? With that being said, you know what I mean? Much love, y'all. You know what I mean? And definitely salute to everyone, man.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Peace.